That sitting. I also, just before we started, I did want to just make sure that witnesses are well aware. From 9:30 onwards, the Senate will be sitting. We have permission to be holding this committee meeting. I know I'm paired, but I'm not sure if all senators are paired. So if the bells ring, depending on, senators may have to come and go in and out of votes. I'll be here the whole time, but some other senators may have to go in and out of. May have to go in and out of votes depending on the Senate business, and that obviously takes precedent. I declare open the first hearing of the Senate Economics References Committee's inquiry into digital currency. The Senate referred this inquiry to the committee on the 2nd of October 2014 for report by the 2nd of March 2015. The committee has received 6 submissions which are available on the committee's website. The closing date for submissions is this Friday, and I'm aware there's a few others that are coming. I would like to take this opportunity to thank those who made submissions to the inquiry and the witnesses who have taken time to appear before the committee today. These are public proceedings, although the committee may determine or agree to have a request to have the evidence heard in camera. I ask everyone to ensure they've switched off or turned on silent their mobile phones. I'll also ask photographers and cameramans to follow the instructions on the committee secretariat and ensure that senators and witnesses' laptops and personal papers are not filmed. I remind all witnesses that giving evidence to the committee they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the grounds upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. A witness called to answer a question for the first time should state their name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist Hansard to record proceedings. I now welcome Mr. Mark Pesce. For the Hansard record, could you state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Senator. My name is Mr. Mark Pesce, and I'm appearing in a personal private capacity.
Thank you for appearing before the committee today. Mr. Pesce, I know there's a few questions from different senators, but before we do that, I would like to invite you to make a brief opening statement should you wish to do so.
Thank you, yes. In 2008, a computer science researcher published a paper that announced a fundamental breakthrough in computer science. It combined 3 pre-existing technologies, and it demonstrated the technical feasibility of creating a strong, secure, and transparent digital currency, which he called Bitcoin. Now, the idea of digital currency has been with us for a generation, but Bitcoin offered a solution to 2 of the central problems that had vexed other digital currencies. First, Bitcoin relies on a distributed, decentralized network of peers to check the authenticity of the transactions that are being made in the digital currency. Other digital currencies have required a central authority that could be attacked and subverted. Second, transactions in Bitcoin are anonymous. Just as you do not need to reveal your identity when you're exchanging physical cash for goods and services, Bitcoin allows users to exchange Bitcoins without revealing anything about their own identity. Other systems have tied the exchange of digital currency to a validated identity. The foundation for both of those new capacities lies in something that's called the blockchain. The blockchain is a transparent and fully inspectable transaction record. It is, in essence, an open ledger book, and it allows every user of Bitcoins to review every Bitcoin transaction that has ever occurred. The blockchain can only be modified through consensus, and it's that feature that makes Bitcoin both secure and trustworthy. If the network of peers does not agree on the validity of a transaction, it's not added to the blockchain and the transaction is not verified. When the network achieves consensus on the validity of a transaction, it's added to the blockchain of all Bitcoins. When you add a transaction to the blockchain, essentially writing it to the record, it effectively authorizes the transaction. Bitcoin transactions are not instantaneous. It takes a few minutes for the peer network to arrive at consensus. But the consensus, when you've got it, is authoritative because the entire network is vouching for transactions' authenticity. It's also very secure because it's extremely difficult to attack and subvert the entire network supporting Bitcoin. It's a strength in numbers defense. So those characteristics have made Bitcoin the first currency, the first digital currency, to inspire enough trust that people will use it in the place of government formal currencies. If the value of a currency is a reflection of a user's trust in that currency, Bitcoin, which currently has an aggregate value of around $6 billion, has passed the most important test that the market can provide. Bitcoin's blockchain technology has already found broad use in things other than digital currencies. It's a breakthrough in authentication. And so the technology has been used to create, for example, a passport that cannot be forged, a secure distributed database for computers, even a marriage contract, which has been witnessed by the blockchain. So within a decade, every network device, every smartphone, every computer, everything connected to the internet will have some version of the blockchain technology inside of it. It's going to be serving as a first line of defense against network attacks. It will be providing badly needed security and authentication capability. Blockchain technology will be everywhere. It'll be in everything. It'll be so pervasive, it's going to be invisible. Digital currencies like Bitcoin are the start of a transformation that will leave our world both more open and more secure. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to say quite a bit there. So I'm just going to ask one question before opening up, because there's quite a few, quite a bit there. And just taking a step back and understanding the fact that you know, we like to think we know many things as senators, but certainly this is an area that's very new to a lot of us. Okay. I'm trying to work out where we start. Okay.
Well,
so,
I'm happy to go, Sam.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted, we have been given some of your writings on this issue, and I just wanted to start with finding out exactly what you think the future potential of Bitcoin is, or where it's going to go. Because I think in some of your writings you seem to indicate that, well, it may not replace currency, so to speak, but supplement them and complement them. Could you just expand on that a little?
I have 30 years history in technology, and generally the older I grow, the more suspicious I become about when someone says this is going to completely replace this thing with this other thing. In general, what happens is that the new thing comes in and puts competitive pressures on the old thing, and they find an accommodation. So when you say Bitcoin has advantages as a currency, particularly when you're moving in a sort of global arena, in that you don't have a lot of exchange fees associated with it. It has got less friction associated with it, although clearly the banking infrastructure will need to adapt to that around anti-money laundering and things like that. So some of the advantages that Bitcoin offers over other currencies are going to be tempered as Bitcoin hits the real world. That's just the way it is with any technology. But it does offer some real advantages over other currencies.
Okay. Can I just ask, on those advantages, one of them you mentioned was the transaction costs exactly. I mean, in all the stuff I've read here, though, I can't get a good handle on exactly how more efficient it is. So, I mean, I understand banks regularly charge, you know, anywhere from 1% to 4% often to transfer funds. What would be the percentage cost of Bitcoin issuance? And I want sort of the full cost, not just any transaction fees that might be charged, but the extra coins that are then mined and put into the supply. Is there any good estimates on that?
There may be. I do not know what the exact figures are. There are always some fees associated with any transaction in Bitcoin because you're basically paying the network to authorize the transaction. So there's always some level of overhead associated with it. But the overhead is generally very low when compared to other kinds of bank transactions.
Okay. Are there any good estimates on what the velocity of Bitcoin currencies at the moment, and I use that terms as in economics, in the sense that how many times, you said the $6 billion roughly?
$6 billion.
I presume it's US dollars. But
actually, I did that. I think it's about 5.3 billion US, around 6 billion Australian.
$5 to $6 billion in Bitcoins out there. How often is each one of those Bitcoins used each year for a transaction, so to speak? Is there any good estimates on that?
I think is it around 600 million a day at this point? That's about right, yeah. So it's around 600
So
million.
about 10% of the currency is used every day.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's about that
that's
velocity.
Right. Because I just have seen in some commentary that Bitcoin's used more as a store of value at the moment than a medium of exchange. Is that your opinion, or is that changing? Or
Well, I mean, Bitcoin has this sort of two-headed face around, is it a commodity or is it a currency? And you know, that comes down to the way the ATO has decided to tax it, which is taxing it as a commodity rather than using it as a currency, where you'd be taxing the transactions that were performed with it. And so I think that it does have both of those natures, just in the same way that someone will stuff a mattress with dollars, right? It has that capacity to be both a store of value and a currency. And so we're seeing people using it for both. I think while the number of avenues for using it as a currency are relatively limited, the number of places, in other words, where you can spend it are relatively limited, there's going to be an impetus to using it as a store of value rather than as a currency. As the number of places you can use it as a currency grows, then it becomes more useful as a currency.
And I want to come back to the taxation issues, but also notice the stuff you've written that that in Kenya, something like 60% of transactions are by digital currency at the moment. Is that right, or a form of digital currency?
So yeah,
Can you just explain why is that taken off in Kenya? What's been the...
So Kenya is it's the archetypal example. So it's a country of developing nation that's relatively unbanked. So something like 10 or 15% of Kenyans have bank accounts. Right. And yet there's a lot of money going from the cities in Kenya to villages in Kenya, because people go to the cities and earn money and need to send it back to the villages. Before they developed the M-Pesa system, which was introduced as something that was done by one of the mobile phone companies, a subsidiary of Vodafone, did this about 7 years ago. A person would basically spend 1 day a week on a bus going back to the village, handing someone in their family money, and then taking the bus back to the city again. What happened with M-Pesa was that as soon as that came around, it became possible to get a text code that you could SMS to a person in the village. You'd deposit the money in an M-Pesa location, which would be any of the places that you could buy mobile minutes, which were all over the nation. You'd get this code, you'd text that code to the person, they'd be able to go somewhere in the village and actually get the money.
Can I just quick follow on that? So, Mr. Pesce, are you saying they were effectively using mobile minutes as a currency?
No, in this case, M-Pesa actually, the mobile minutes provider also can accept money.
Okay.
All right. Mobile minutes are also used as currency in much of the developing world, but in this specific case with Kenya, M-Pesa it's a system that sits on top of the mobile system that allows you to actually transfer money. That became an instant success, and it's now estimated that between 50 and 60% of the entire GDP of the Kenyan economy in 7 years' time is now moving through M-Pesa.
So I saw earlier in this year you had a piece in the Drum, and you said in Australia, you know, you're comparing it to Kenya. We've got a different system. We've got PayPal, we've got SWIFT, etc. This is quoting you, adding Bitcoin to the mix doesn't provide much additional capacity. So is that So you believe Bitcoin in Australia has a more niche role? Is that the right way to characterise that?
It's got a lot more competition.
Right.
Right. We have a lot more payment systems. We have many more evolved payment systems. And so to that degree, that means the role in Bitcoin may end up being more unique, because it doesn't have to fulfill a fundamental role as a payment system. I think it will have a big role around remittances and doing international remittances, things like that. We're already seeing that start to develop. But I think that because we already have a very fully developed financial system, the kinds of applications we find for Bitcoin will leverage the developed system we have rather than starting from scratch.
Sure. And what can you buy with Bitcoins now? I mean, I tried to the other day and I have unsuccessfully, not that I gave up after, not much of an effort, but how do you get Bitcoins and what can you buy right now in Australia?
So you can buy Bitcoins through any number of exchanges. And you have to do a cash transfer. I don't think the banks really like you using your credit cards for this, but you have to do an electronic funds transfer to an exchange. You'll get Bitcoins in return. Now, what that formally means is that you have a place to store your Bitcoins called a wallet. The wallet is a piece of software. It's not a physical wallet at all. Now that piece of software has a code associated with it, which is this long, indecipherable string of text. But if you send that to the authority that's giving you, that you're buying Bitcoins from, they will then put those coins into your wallet, and that transaction will then go into the blockchain.
And if you lose those numbers, it's like a piece of paper.
You've lost the Bitcoins. It's like losing cash money.
Right. Okay. So how do people secure that? Given I've had computers crash before.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I mean, this is one of the things that I think people are learning, is that it is possible to lose Bitcoins, unlike you can't really lose your bank account if your bank is keeping backups.
Yep.
So people are now learning that they need to keep backups, and the more sophisticated wallets will now have some form of storage that would be in the cloud, maybe some form of storage that is offline as well. Every time you do that, though, you're increasing a security threat to yourself, because someone could come in, take that copy.
They're using third parties effectively to store. Are you saying third party wallets effectively, or banks?
Well, you'd be storing it somewhere that is not immediately under your control. So there is still some chance that that information could be copied and used. Now, you can have a password to protect it and all the other things, but the more you copy information, the more likely it is it could end up somewhere you don't want it to.
So it's just one long kind of code.
The wallet it's a hash, yeah. It's a long string of numbers and letters.
So I could just print that off and put it in my safe.
That's the address.
The analog way.
That's the address of your wallet. But the data in the wallet, I
think you're getting some.
I don't know if anyone's ever
advice from
actually
the
just
back that
printed the
Hansard
contents of
can't
a
see the
wallet.
nodding, but we might follow that up later.
Yeah.
but
Yeah. No, I mean, you could certainly take the contents of your wallet. I mean, it is just data.
Okay.
You could take the contents of your wallet, print it, and put it somewhere safe.
That's fine.
You go, Sam.
So let's take a second. So the whole thing, take a few steps back, right? It all comes down to the fact that, it's a currency, it's just a digital currency. It doesn't exist in a physical sense. It exists, but the question really comes down to, like any currency, is it fair to say, Mr. Besham, I guess this is a point going back to what you said in the start, it all comes down to trust.
Right.
Currencies work when people have trust in currencies. People don't have trust in a currency, the currencies fall over. Senator Canavan did a PhD, did a thesis on this. It all comes down to whether or not people do or don't have trust in a currency. Is that a fair?
That is absolutely correct.
And your point is that after having passed the $6 billion mark, that Bitcoin is getting to the point, if not already at the point, where it's demonstrated to a section of the market that they do have trust in it.
Correct.
Okay. What we're, I guess, looking at doing here, and this is, I want to kind of walk me through this. Right. What we're doing here is saying this question that, okay, there seems to be a disconnect, rightly or wrongly, between where there's sections of the community, where there's people who have faith in this currency up to enough to invest $6 billion into it,
right,
and where we sit at from a fairly conservative
right,
government perspective, and I don't mean conservative in the political sense, governments and major banks and, reserve banks and that are naturally across the world very, very conservative and sceptical. So there's obviously a disconnect between how these things are viewed and treated by sections of the regulatory community,
right,
and by sections of, the market,
right,
who treat them very differently. And our question really that we're trying to explore through this process is, okay, where is this disconnect? Is it right? Is it wrong? Has the government got it wrong, or have people kind of putting their faith in something that understandably the regulators have huge concerns about, right? That's the process we're kind of going through.
I mean, I do think that you can be generous with yourself, because this is very new. We're talking about something that only popped up as an idea 6 years ago, and really took quite a bit of time for people to even understand it, and then to actually work with it. And now
some are still taking that time.
I mean, these are the first hearings the Australian Senate's having on this. It is a very new thing, and so it's probably wise to have a degree of institutional skepticism around something that's brand new like this, because if it is going to be a new currency, it needs to be inspected from all sides, and it needs to be subjected to rigorous tests. My sense is, talking to bankers, that they all expect that there will be a digital currency. They aren't sure, or a couple of years ago they weren't sure which digital currency it was going to be. People are starting to think maybe it's Bitcoin, but they're reluctant to work in it because there isn't a lot of guidance for them around the right way to do things, so they don't break the law inadvertently or they don't make more problems for themselves. And so I think part of what all of the institutional processes are engaged in are learning about this, learning how to work with it. So you have a few pioneers out there who are doing interesting things. Pioneers are the ones with the arrows in their backs, right? That's how they're identified. Yeah, exactly. So we're in this period now between the transition of the pioneers and now probably into the settler phase. And the settlers need things to be more regular, they need things to be a little bit more clear. And I think that the disconnect isn't a bad thing. I think the disconnect is just the nature of this process.
Could I just ask about the digital wallet and going back to the trust issue? You've mentioned that the wallet is stored probably in the cloud,
There are different ones. I have a wallet that's actually stored entirely on my smartphone, and I actually wanted that because I back up my smartphone, there's a copy of it, but then there's no copy in the cloud to get lost or stolen. So there are different approaches.
Okay, so can your wallet be stored in more than one place at one time?
It can be copied. So, yeah, so you can have copies of that wallet, but again, a copy of the wallet is the wallet, and a copy of the wallet means that someone could then, presumably if you had a password on the wallet that was preventing other people to use it, if they knew the password, then they could just spend your money.
Can you just explain, I think, that even though you can copy it, correct me if I'm wrong,
right.
Even though you can copy it, you can only spend it once.
You can only spend it once, because once those coins, once those transactions that spend those Bitcoins end up on this global inspectable transaction record, if I then go and try to spend those again, that's going to get knocked back because the network will say, I'm sorry, you've already spent those coins.
You don't know
so
that code anymore.
If you store it in the cloud, then is it susceptible to somebody hacking into that
potentially
file and destroying the value of that?
Or stealing the value.
Stealing the value.
Stealing the value.
Stealing the value. They could destroy the value if that was the only copy and they erased it. All right, then you would have lost those Bitcoins. It's the same as burning a pile of money.
Mm-hmm. And is there an industry out there as yet looking at that potential?
People are not, because there have been people who have lost Bitcoins, like lost them. There is now a cottage industry of developers who are working to develop more secure solutions, and you're going to see the wallet as a technology evolve along with the idea of the digital currency, because again, people just started playing with these things and I don't think there was a clear sense in the beginning that you could kind of lose these things, and yes you could, or that they could be stolen, they could be copied like that. As we get further into this, we're learning more about how to keep them safe.
Right. But there would be a cottage industry working out how to tap into that wallet.
Tap into the wallet, as in you mean to steal?
Yes.
Yes, there's always going to, whenever there's money, there's always going to be someone looking to get their hands on it.
You'd argue, though, that's a demonstration the market has faith in its value.
Yes, if it's worth stealing, absolutely.
Can I ask, I mean, with these wallets that are now emerging, I mean, effectively they're banks, a different word for banks, that they're, in my view, I suppose they're storing your money for you and you can get it back at some time. Are there actual banks emerging with Bitcoin? So if I'm storing your Bitcoins for you in your wallet, I mean, presumably I have an incentive, just like a bank does, to lend those Bitcoins, not to transfer the physical money, so to speak, but to create more money backed by the fact that you've deposited those Bitcoins in my bank. You know what I mean? So
yes, yeah.
Is that happening at all, or is it just 100% fractionally reserved at the moment?
I mean, at this point, I think was it the Federal Bank? And that's the only one, right? So there's one bank in the world that is sort of prepared to accept Bitcoin, but whether they're doing anything that would be fractional reserve lending around Bitcoin, I don't think they're doing that yet. And again, I think that in the absence of some regulatory sense around how that will work, no one's going to do that, but they will happily store your Bitcoin. And frankly, if you have a lot of Bitcoin, storing them in a bank's probably a lovely idea.
Yep. Okay. So there's no real implications for prudential regulation at the moment, in your view, because this is not happening.
Well, except that it won't happen unless we have some sense around the right way to be able to do it. I think that there's going to be a bit of a chicken and egg around that. That Bitcoin Bank would in fact be interested in doing interesting things around investment with Bitcoin if they were being used in savings capacity, but they need some guidance on the right way to do that.
Well, perhaps if we can go to those issues, and maybe just a step back though, from what I've read, and that the more direct issues at the moment seem to be around taxation and the definition of Bitcoins. Have you looked at the recent ATO rulings on?
I'm familiar with them. I mean, not in detail, but I'm certainly familiar with them.
So, have you got a particular view on their conclusions? Well, both from either a legal perspective or its economic impact and implications for the industry in Australia.
I mean, my impression is that the ATO wants to frame Bitcoin as if it was something closer to a gold bullion.
Right. Okay.
And the thing about gold bullion is you can't sort of take a gold bar and peel off 1/1,000,000th of it and then try to use that as currency. Whereas you can do that with Bitcoin. It has this capacity to be essentially infinitely divisible and almost infinitely divisible into very small parts. And that's an inherent quality of it. And so it really has more qualities that make it look a lot more like a currency than qualities that make it look a lot more like a commodity. Now, that decision will then play into how Australians will be able to work with it. I don't think the preponderance of international decisions around this will treat Bitcoin as a commodity. I think they'll probably end up treating it more as a currency. And I suspect that will force Australians to do things with Bitcoin overseas if they want to be using it in a currency perspective. So the decision the ATO makes is going to have a profound impact on how Australian businesses, Australian banks, and Australian individuals will be able to work with Bitcoins going forward.
Are you able, do you have enough day-to-day experience with the industry to know or to explain to us exactly what the practical implications are of defining it as gold bullion, so to speak, or a commodity and not a currency?
Well, I mean, again...
How does it affect people running a Bitcoin business?
If you're trying to do transactions that are crossing currencies, it becomes a lot more difficult if you're dealing with a currency that's not being treated as a currency versus a currency that is being treated as a currency. There's almost, I don't know if you can quite call it a double taxation, but there's an impact there because every time you move out of the currency, you're getting a GST attached to it, which is beyond just the transaction. So that effectively puts some friction on.
Can you just repeat that again? So if I was to exchange Bitcoins for Australian dollars,
right,
potentially I'd have a GST
yes,
eligible, providing I'm over the thresholds for all the businesses involved are over the thresholds for GST. So every time I convert, it's just like buying, I suppose, putting aside the gold issue, which is a bit more seen as a currency, but it's just like buying a ton of coal or something like that. I have to pay GST on that. It's a transaction.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Right. Okay.
So that would then end up slowing the flow of transactions because you get this extra friction on all of the transactions.
But the GST is a value-added tax. So how does the ATO determine the value added there every time you? Because you're right. It shouldn't have a tax on transactions. It should be a tax on the value added.
And that's got to do with the. So that's the aggregate difference in the.
I mean, that's okay. We probably need to speak to the ATO at some point in this inquiry so we can explore those issues more then. What about the capital gains tax issues as well? Are they ones you're concerned about? Or?
I mean, there's a capital gains issue insofar as the price of Bitcoins are highly variable. One of the things that I learned, and the you'll have Kevin Zhou on the panel later on today, but when I was talking to him at the Global Currency Summit that we had in Brisbane during the G20, he pointed out that there is an actual correlation between the price of a Bitcoin and the amount of electricity that it takes to mine a Bitcoin. So just to step back here, Bitcoins are mined, and I'll put that, by solving a very complex problem with a computer. So complex that it actually costs almost $300 in electricity costs to mine a single Bitcoin. So it's very much like you're a gold miner. You have to make sure that the cost of mining the gold is a little bit less than the cost that the gold is on the market. So there are now, because of the way mining works and because mining is increasingly becoming more difficult, that's another one of the mathematical qualities of Bitcoin. The cost of a Bitcoin, to create a Bitcoin, is now becoming more stable. So the price of a Bitcoin, theoretically, will stabilize somewhere around its cost to mine, and also then related to its supply and demand. So the volatility around that, which would affect capital gains, should be decreasing over time. That's a supposition based on available evidence.
So, just on that, I'm interested in that $300 per Bitcoin, and that's pretty close to what Bitcoins are trading at.
That's what I'm saying, exactly.
So is that a floor, basically, in the price? That if it goes below, well, sorry, a ceiling, if you like.
It's a floor, because if it goes below that, it's no longer economic to mine Bitcoins, and then the miners
so constrain the supply and increase the price.
Exactly.
Got you. And if it goes over that much, too much, is there an
then
incentive to mine and increase the
more,
supply?
more people mining because it becomes more economic.
So what's going to happen when mining finishes, though?
That's in the year 2140 or something like that.
Oh, I thought I read 2040, but okay.
Yeah.
So it's too far away to worry about.
At this point.
Okay.
I mean, we may be having these hearings in another 100 years asking that question.
Yeah, okay. Where do you see, you've described lots of different areas of the industry, banks, or potential for banks, wallets, mines, exchanges. What elements of that industry could potentially thrive here in Australia? Do you have a view on that?
Could do what?
What elements of the Bitcoin industry could thrive in Australia?
Well, we have an extremely sophisticated financial services sector. And so there's a lot of financial services that can be built not just with Bitcoin, but using the blockchain. And so I think we're going to see new forms of mutualized insurance, new forms of savings banks. So just entirely very different and more distributed forms, less centralized, but more distributed forms of all of these things that are going to start to arise out of the basic technology that underlies Bitcoin. I also think that we're going to have a very strong role in remittances into the Pacific, which we already do, but I think that more of that's going to move into currencies that will have a lower cost associated with them for people using them. So I think there's a couple of different areas that are right off the bat going to be quite interesting and quite successful, but I think in the longer term, we have a real capacity to reshape the way financial services will work. And I think that over the next generation, that's what we'll start to see.
And we've spoken about the tax issues, but are there any other regulatory or legal issues and barriers that you see to such an industry emerging in Australia?
One of the most interesting conversations that I had at the Global Dialogue was with Jerry Brito, who works with regulators in the United States. And he essentially said that most of the regulators in the United States were waiting for something that they called the BIT license, which is going to be promulgated by the New York State banking regulator sometime in the near future, sometime in the next 6 months. Now, if they do it well, it will become a prototype for other regulatory domains. If they do it poorly, it'll become a prototype of what not to do in other regulatory domains. But I think that what that starts to become is it starts to become a conversation that is an international conversation between regulators and financial institutions around the right way to be able to incorporate digital currencies into an economy. And I think that that's Probably the most important thing is that we need to stay involved in that conversation. Where we can, we need to be leading that conversation. But I think the most important thing is to stay involved in that conversation, because the conversation is going to have impacts throughout the rest of this century.
Okay. Any other questions, Jim?
Yeah.
Who makes money out of Bitcoin?
Well, the exchanges do make money out of Bitcoin. The miners make money out of Bitcoin. So all of that's the case. So if you're an exchange, you're taking a transaction fee when you're moving money in and out of Bitcoin to another currency. If you're a miner, you're actually creating new Bitcoins, which everyone wants, so you're making money off of that.
Can I be a miner?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Tell me how I'm become a miner.
A Bitcoin mine is a piece of software, and you would run it on your computer, and your computer would get very hot, and you'd get all these big electric bills, and you'd go, why are my electric bills so high? And it's because your computer is...
You being serious?
I'm absolutely serious.
Really?
I am absolutely serious. In the early days, there were a lot of folks who were really running them at home, making Bitcoins. These days, it is, in fact, generally large banks of computers that are squirreled away under a lot of air conditioning using the latest generation chips, using a lot of power to solve these mathematical functions. Now, part of the mathematical function that's being solved by these miners is checking the ledger. So part of what they're doing to earn these Bitcoins is to make sure that all of these transactions that are publicly stored are all adding up and they're all in agreement.
Okay, so on that, so let's take a... So there's the bit that I think I'll be very kind of nice to the community. I think we're dealing with people who understand regulation, understand government, understand things like the ATO and processes and this. And there's the other world, which is the digital world, which I think it's fair to say our understanding is perhaps more limited. So,
That's polite.
take a step back. Bitcoin gets around, tell me if this is all right, because I want to get my understanding of this is right. I'm trying to make this as simple as possible for myself.
Yep.
These are my own notes. Bitcoin gets around the need for third-party intermediaries by distributing a ledger of transactions among everyone within the system.
Yep.
And effectively, when we talk about the blockchain,
Yes.
in language that we understand, it is simply just a distributed ledger.
It's a publicly
It's just a ledger.
inspectable distributed ledger.
Okay, and that's the blockchain.
That's the blockchain.
Okay. And every new transaction is checked against the blockchain to verify the Bitcoins haven't already been spent,
Correct.
so you can't have double spending.
Correct.
Okay. So, Bitcoin relies on users providing the computer processing power needed to maintain the blockchain.
Correct.
And in maintaining the blockchain is effectively part of what you're doing when you're mining a Bitcoin.
Correct.
And that's how it kind of is a self-sustaining system.
Correct.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay. I think I've got it, right? And my incentive to participate in the process and to maintain this entire system is this is how I create Bitcoins for myself.
Correct.
And, okay, I think I broadly get that. I mean, again, this is not the area we're focused on, which is the digital side, but to get an understanding of the other side, what is a Bitcoin worth right now?
About, is it 440 Australian-ish? Yeah, it's in the range.
440 Australian. And how volatile has that been?
Over what period of time?
Well, fair enough. I mean, fair enough.
So to
because
give you
8
an-
years, 10 years ago was worth nothing. So
To give you an example, there was a spike in Bitcoin prices to $1,600 about 18 months ago, which correlated precisely with when the banks in Cyprus decided they were going to take a cut out of everyone's banking accounts. And so a lot of the dollars in Cyprus, or a lot of the money stored in Cyprus, went into Bitcoin until it could find its way into other currencies. So there have been spikes and troughs, and that was probably the first time that Bitcoin had been seen by people who were in a hurry as, oh wait, I need that as a store of value, and money flowed into it and money flowed back out again.
And that's traditionally what the US dollar's done in those kinds of circumstances. I mean, that's traditionally the stable place you go.
Or gold.
Or gold.
Yeah, fair.
And presumably,
Fair enough.
It's only 5.2 billion US. I mean, so if there's a rush on it, where do the more Bitcoins come from?
well, Bitcoins are being generated at a relatively stable rate, around 25 every 10 minutes. So it's not as though you can't grow the money supply arbitrarily to meet demand. So what would happen is the price would go up, which is precisely what happened.
So what's stopping it from going to 1,000 every 10 minutes?
Right now, Probably the supply and demand sides are relatively stably matched.
But what if I've got a big computer and a big power cord at my place and I keep doubling up and keep going mining?
He's going to take an early flight.
Mining
back to South
becomes
Australia.
so one of the qualities of mining is that it becomes progressively more difficult through time. So every Bitcoin is harder. It's like a mine that you're running out of a vein, and the vein is getting narrower as you're going further and further into the mine. It's just like gold in that respect.
But what if I turn around and go to the other side of the mine?
There isn't any vein on the other side of the mine. There's only this vein, and you're mining it out. But that vein is over time growing narrower.
A lot of my
narrower.
teachers suspected I was dyslexic, but so I can't continually mine for Bitcoin.
You can continually mine for Bitcoin, but you have to continually throw more power at the problem to get the same amount of Bitcoins out.
But I could be somebody new. I could be Senator Canavan, and I start up and find a new vein, and it gets progressively harder for him. And
but he's starting out. I mean, when he starts mining, he's starting out mining exactly at the same coalface you're mining. So he's mining the same vein. He doesn't have a different vein. You're all mining the same vein. And so as that vein gets narrow, it's getting harder for all of you. And it's much, much harder to mine for Bitcoins today than it was in 2008 and 2009.
But that's the same as saying I can go home today and start mining minerals. I mean, put aside the New South Wales planning laws, but I can start mining for clay underneath my house. You can't even do coal seam gas. That's right.
There'll be no power in New South Wales. So.
We may. There's so much to talk about, Mr. Pesce, and I know we're kind of in the discussion. I think we're going to have a roundtable discussion a bit later today. Just very, very conscious of time and just how many people we want to get through. So,
can I just ask one follow-up on this mining issue? Because so when I thought, so you mine as a result of a transaction occurring, that the mining opportunity occurs because of the transaction occurring. Is that right? That someone wants to transfer Bitcoins from one person to another, and therefore the mining activity needs to occur to verify that transaction.
Yes, absolutely. Mining also produces new Bitcoin, so it's doing two things at once. It's checking the transaction record and
I suppose can people just opportunistically do those transactions just to mine the Bitcoins, if you like?
You mean just check?
So Sean and I are in a mining operation. Can I just transfer Bitcoins from me to Sean, and just for the sake of it, we're both in partnership, and just to be able to mine and create new Bitcoins? Do people do that, or are they waiting for someone to buy a coffee to actually buy a good or service before they mine?
Probably both. I mean, you can just transfer Bitcoins, and yes, there's a transaction cost associated with that.
And that's where you get in the stability around the price, because if the price goes too high, that sort of activity suddenly becomes profitable.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I got you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Pesce. Thank you so much for your time.
I haven't finished yet, so
sorry.
No. I'll see you in the panel discussion. Okay. Still not sure who makes all the money.
Now, I think our next. I now welcome Mr. Andrew Summer from Clayton Utz. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Andrew Summer, partner at Clayton Utz.
Mr. Summer, thank you for coming. I know there's going to be a fair few questions. Before doing so, I was going to ask if you'd like to make an opening statement, and also, in doing so, if you just wanted to there will be a panel discussion later to cover a lot of things. If you just wanted to also outline, and you may be doing this in your opening statement, just the areas in which you feel you're best to answer questions in, because we're dealing with regulation, we're dealing with law, we're dealing with taxation, and we're dealing with kind of a digital space, and we don't want to be directing the wrong set of questions to you.
Sure, thank you, Senator. My area is taxation, particularly the indirect taxation consequences of these transactions, so happy to pick up on some of Senator Canavan's points a bit later. But I think the interaction between Bitcoin and the domestic tax system has been one of the issues that has been fraught in pretty much every jurisdiction that has tried to adopt Bitcoin. And I speak primarily about Bitcoin. I know that the scope of the inquiry is digital currency, but for reasons Mark was saying earlier, the dominance of Bitcoin is such that focus on that, but the comments can equally be extended to other forms of digital currency. One of the reasons why this has been so critical is that the take-up rate or the adoption rate of Bitcoin can be slowed by the domestic tax treatment, so particularly in the GST VAT space, where GST or VAT is imposed on the acquisition of Bitcoins as part of a trading transaction. It makes it much more difficult and much less economically viable for me to take my Australian dollars and go and convert them into Bitcoin if 1/11 of that transaction is going to be lost in GST at the point that I do that. And for consumers, for everyday consumers, that 1/11 cost is a real cost. And that's the consequence of treating Bitcoin like a commodity and instead rather than as a currency. And we have special rules in the GST framework to deal with gold bars and investment grade precious metals. So they're treated as input tax suppliers under our GST system. They're treated as GST free in their first iteration, and then on subsequent supplies they're treated as input tax. And so they don't form part of the tax base. And that's because money, from a GST VAT design perspective all over the world, money is excluded from the tax base because for some of the reasons stated earlier. It's a consumption tax. At its heart, it's designed to tax private final consumption expenditure, and when you're converting your Australian dollars into a means of exchange or a store of value, that does not form part of the consumption base, and therefore from a design perspective, you're going to design a GST today, you would design it to exclude digital currencies. I think there's no good tax design reason why you would design it to include digital currencies within the tax base. Bitcoin is functionally money, and for that reason, you would design the system to operate in that. So part of the concern that I have is that the current proposed treatment by the Tax Office in relation to the draft rulings, particularly in relation to GST and FBT, provides the most problematic outcome from a GST perspective. It would be preferable for Bitcoin to be treated like a foreign currency, so that when I take my AUD and I convert it into US dollars, there's a fee I pay for that transaction, and that fee is for a service, and I've consumed that service. That's properly part of the tax base. But merely shifting the value from AUD to USD does not consume anything, and consequently, from an ideal perspective, you'd want that taken out. My other concern about the way in which the Tax Office treatment, one of the consequences of the Tax Office's current proposed treatment, and that, they're constrained by the law, and one of the advantages of ventilating this in this forum is we can talk about the legislative reform that is necessary. But the difficulty within taxation of these transactions is it does give rise to the potential for trader fraud. So one of the great difficulties in Europe is the difficulties caused by missing trader fraud. So somebody makes a taxable supply in our vernacular, disappears from the supply chain. The Commissioner's got to pay out the input tax credit and has difficulty recovering the tax from the entity making the taxable supply. By imposing GST on all of these transactions of converting dollars to Bitcoin, Bitcoin to dollars, and so on, we increase the opportunities for that sort of activity to occur. Whereas by excluding it from the tax base, it's a whole layer of taxable and creditable transactions that we take out, and we avoid that difficulty. So ideally, we're not from a treatment perspective, Bitcoin doesn't need a whole raft of special rules. It just needs to be brought within the right mechanics, both under the income tax law, under the FBT law, and under the GST law, that would enable it to be treated really for what it is. It is a means of exchange and a store of value. Let's tax it like that. If we can't get there under the terms of the current law, we need to look at the changes to those laws to achieve that end.
Okay. On that, I've got one or two questions, and I think Senator Edwards has some as well, and Senator Canavan will have some very kind of detailed questions that will demonstrate how much more he understands about this issue than the rest of us. Okay, take a step back.
Sure.
Right? At the moment, in a practical sense, right, if I want to, there's a coffee vendor down the road in Canberra, a little cafe, that will accept Bitcoin.
Yes.
Right? Right now, if I wanted to buy my breakfast using Bitcoin,
Yes.
what I would have to do is get my Australian dollars, convert them to a quantity of Bitcoin, right? In doing so, I would be paying somebody a few cents fee for the transaction, same as if I was changing it to US dollars or whatever to go, buy something at an airport, right?
Is it a few cents?
Well, what would, I think it depends on the size of how many dollars you're changing. Is it comparable, by the way, the rates you'd be charged for changing Australian dollars to Bitcoin, same as I'd be paying for
Depending
Australian
on where you're
dollars
doing
to
it, it's a matter of 2 or 3%.
Okay. Which I assume is kind of and I imagine if it's much larger, it becomes less, and you negotiate these things like any kind of foreign exchange. Or any kind of transaction.
Sure.
Is that right? The more you exchange, the less it is?
I don't have the rates in front of me. I suppose my experience is buying a Bitcoin for the purposes of interest myself, and you pay a fee roughly around 2.5%, and doing that as a consumer. The rates beyond that, I think, are simply a matter of negotiation.
Well, we'll talk. I think we've got some people later on who are probably in a better place to answer this. But the point I'm making is, but here is kind of this is the bit that gets a bit odd.
Yeah.
I am then paying the GST or being charged for GST on that transaction, and I'm being charged the GNC on the breakfast that I'm buying.
Correct.
And that's the disparity.
Correct.
Okay. So in defence of the ATO, because obviously when we started this process, I spoke to the ATO about all this and the tax office. The point from the tax office, and I just want to kind of get this on the record, it's more of a statement than a question, but I think it's fair to put their defence on this, their argument is this. The Australian tax framework was created 25 years ago. And then there was kind of an update period with the GST, which is now itself coming on a period of about, getting close to well over a decade now. Well over a decade, almost close to 20 years itself. The argument goes that when the system was being created, none of this was envisaged because it didn't exist. So they treat Bitcoin, and the comparison they gave me was we treat Bitcoin the same way we treat basketball cards, right? Or posters or whatever, a commodity that's tradable,
Yes.
as opposed to a currency. And the defence from the ATO was people are making the point that this is an issue of regulation. It's not an issue of regulation, it's an issue of policy. And that we as the regulator, in terms of the tax system, we will follow the law as the law currently exists. The disconnect is the law can't, they have their argument and their defence, and I want to get your opinion on, because you're a legal expert, is whether we want to or not treat it differently isn't the question. We're incapable of doing so because the framework doesn't allow us to treat it differently. Is that that's their position?
Yes.
I mean, you're the lawyer, you tell me, is that
One of the great things about tax law is that you can always argue both sides. In relation to this particular issue, is that there are two or three key definitions. There's money, currency, foreign currency. In relation to the GST law, the key definition for most of this will be the definition of money. That definition is an includes definition. It's capable. I think you would say that if there is an argument to be made that the definition of money as it sits in section 1951 of the GST Act is capable on its current terms of extending to Bitcoin. And, I've made that argument. Others have made that argument in submission to the Commissioner. The Commissioner has formed the view that that is not the scope of the current definition. Other definitions such as, or phrases used in the GST regulations for currency of another country, become even more problematic. So you'd have to say that, can you actually say that as of today's date, Bitcoin is the currency of another country? You'd say that that's a difficult path to definition to make out. So there are a raft of issues that need to be addressed in there.
Okay. Okay, so take a step back then. I think the point that was being made by the ATO, and I don't know if this is a fair point or not, you're making the point that, well, you have a different legal interpretation than the ATO has, and you've made that case. I think the point that they're trying to make, and I'd like to get this on the record, and we'll give them an opportunity to come and respond, is they're very clear, or they've been very clear to me, that they're not passing judgment on whether or not it should or shouldn't be, or how it should or shouldn't be treated by taxation. They're passing judgment on how they feel the restrictions within the Act means they're forced to interpret something.
Yes.
Is that...
That's my understanding, that the tax office is constrained by the law as it is written. They're mere administrators of the law. They're not an instrument of policy. And so they say, we've looked at this definition of money. To us, Bitcoin is outside the definition of money. It's not unusual, as you'd know, for different people to form a different view in relation to that particular, a matter of interpretation of an existing definition.
Has anywhere, I mean, how does that out taxation treatment of Bitcoin compare to other kind of like-minded kind of Western OECD nations?
Yeah, so initially Her Majesty's Customs and Excise in the UK tried to treat it as as a commodity, which is the current proposed treatment by our revenue authorities. They walked away from that in March this year, and they formed the view that under the framework of their law, Bitcoin is treated like private money. So it's treated like money. It's what we would call in our system an input tax supply, much like investment gold bars, and treated and not taxed. Because under the,
Yeah, and Mr. Summer, did they do that through legislation or they did that through regulation?
They did that through interpreting their law as it was.
Okay,
based
but I'm
on
saying there wasn't a bill that got passed through, you're aware of, through the UK Parliament. It was just the
revenue authorities changed their view in relation to the taxation of
and did a tax ruling.
Yep.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yeah, go jump in.
Is it, and you touched on this just a bit earlier, but is it your view that for the specific definition of money that we're talking about here, do we need to change the laws of our country, or can we just get a different interpretation from the Commissioner of Taxation to deal with the issues that you've raised?
I think the definition of money can be interpreted to include Bitcoin.
Okay.
That gets us some way, but not the whole way. I think the best solution across the board is to expand the concept of currency, introduce a new concept of digital currency, and include that within the concepts of currency. And that would then flow through into the definition of money, and you'd solve the problem that way. But we could include a new concept of digital currency to that end.
Sorry, did you want to keep
going?
going? Keep going. Okay. Well, I just wanted to explore a bit more. When I read can I just go back a bit and make sure? So the ATO have issued a guidance document for people, sort of off their website, and then there's a broader draft taxation determination that they issued on the 20th of August?
There's 4 different draft rulings that the Commissioner has issued.
Oh, okay.
One on GST, one on FBT, one on capital gains tax, one on trading stock.
Right. Okay. I've probably only read here the one on, relates to the Income Tax Assessment Act, so that wouldn't be... Did that include GST?
No.
Or no, that's under the new tax system, isn't it? So I was just a bit surprised, though, reading, they did quote extensively from case law, and to me the case law seems to indicate that money, a thing can be money, this is from a decision in Justice Emmett, a thing can be money and can operate as a generally accepted medium and means of exchange without being legal tender.
Yes.
So I'm just not sure why they couldn't conclude that Bitcoin would be money. I suppose I'm just confirming your point.
Yes, and so that particular decision of Justice Emmett in the case called Travelex concerned the conversion of AUD into Fijian dollars, and Justice Emmett was called to consider the scope of the definition of money, and that case went all the way up to the High Court, and the High Court had no qualms with the interpretation Justice Emmett adopted at first instance.
What was the exchange there? I missed that. Fiji?
AUD to Fiji dollar.
Okay.
Fiji dollars. And so Justice Emmett laid down, I think, a fairly broad test for money. He makes the point that, you know, over time there have been banknotes issued by banks, so non-government backed currencies, and that was adopted as currency and treated and taxed as currency. And so he seems to be adopting a breadth of definition of money that would support the inclusion of Bitcoin.
Okay. So was that the Commissioner of Taxation here was defending that case, is that right? So that was their view at the time that is it Fijian dollars weren't money? Or?
Yes, so the case actually turned on the operation of whether or not it was a GST-free supply.
Okay.
So turned on matters not immediately relevant.
Right, okay. I note that when they come to their conclusions, or when the Commissioner comes to his conclusions, he says that the current use and acceptance of Bitcoin in the community is not sufficiently widespread such that it satisfies a particular test.
Yes.
Do you believe that it has to be widespread, that a currency has to be in widespread use to meet the definition of money, a legal definition of money?
Yes, I think there needs to be a breadth of acceptance. It can't just be, you know, a minor thing. It has to have a significant and community acceptance and trust, as Mark was talking about earlier. In relation to that, one of the things the Commissioner doesn't do in that draft ruling is to say the point at which that breadth of acceptance will occur. So assuming we are not there yet, there's the potential for that point to be reached into the future. And at that point, we have this switch going from the current proposed treatment, where it's taxed as a commodity, to being taxed as a currency, leading to all sorts of transitional complexities that will arise at that point where acceptance reaches critical mass for the purposes of it being accepted by the Commissioner as money. The other alternative is that as soon as a single country, no matter what size, adopts Bitcoin as their national currency, it becomes a foreign currency, therefore becomes a currency, and therefore it becomes money. So we're actually at the mercy of some other jurisdiction deciding that they will adopt Bitcoin as their currency, and that has a direct and immediate effect throughout our income tax, our goods and services tax, and our FBT law.
Can I I want to come back at a couple of things that you've mentioned, but just on that point about foreign currency. So you mentioned earlier there's a definition of money, definition of currency, and definition of foreign currency. Yes. Those last two, we've discussed money is the pertinent definition for GST?
For most of it, yes.
For most of GST. The other two, are they pertinent for the Income Tax Assessment Act, are they?
Yes.
Okay. And so presumably the definition of foreign currency is narrower than the definition of money. Would that be your interpretation?
Yes. So the definition of foreign currency is effectively the currency of another country other than Australia.
And so in that case, in the income tax assessment issue, to expand it to cover digital currencies, is your view we would need to change the law? It would be too hard to interpret Bitcoin, apart from another nation's government actually adopting it, as a foreign currency.
Oddly, the use of concepts of money and currency within the income tax law are relatively narrow. And so it would have some potential implications for the operation of Division 960 and the taxation of financial arrangements provisions, but it shouldn't have a material impact on whether or not mining activity results in assessable income. It does, it should, it will. It's more for its flow-on effect into the GST law and the FBT law.
So just to repeat that back to you, in your view, it's the ruling on GST that has a bigger impact on the Australian Bitcoin industry than the ruling on CGT and other aspects of the Income Tax Assessment Act. Okay. What are the capital gains tax implications of the ruling? In
the CGT ruling, the Commissioner forms the view that Bitcoin is property. Bitcoin is capable of being an asset for CGT purposes. The disposal will trigger, can trigger a capital gain. It's a A1 event and so on.
So if I buy a coffee, is that a CGT event if the Bitcoin's gone up while I've been holding it?
if you trade your Bitcoin for coffee and the value of the coffee exceeds the value of your cost base in the Bitcoin, then yes, you can have a CGT event.
Is there a threshold for that, or is it just $2 I've got to pay CGT?
I don't know, I'm sorry. My CGT expertise is limited.
Right.
Can we get Mr. Pesci back to talk about things that I understand? I've got one or two.
I've got one more, but you can go.
Okay, no, we've got a bit of time. Okay.
I have a different topic.
So, Mr. Okay. Legal challenges. We've kind of discussed the legal tax framework issue.
Yes.
And I think again, the ATO will speak for themselves, but from what you and the ATO have both said, you on the record, the ATO will have that opportunity, is effectively, at this point in time, the issue has been ventilated, and the decision of the ATO, which is quite public, is that they're going to deal with it as a commodity. You're of the view that that is a major impediment to the practical use of Bitcoin.
Yes.
And I think others will have the opportunity today to talk about what impact that has on the growth of the industry in Australia. So park that for a moment. What other legal challenges do you think the committee needs to be looking at as we go ahead with our kind of investigation, exploration and committee inquiry? What other legal challenges are being faced aside from simply the taxation one?
My expertise is in the taxation aspects of it, but the other legal, regulatory, how it fits into current frameworks under governmental supervision, I think all of those are simplified where we have a conceptual framework for dealing with this thing, and we say it's money-like in its behaviour. Let's regulate it as that for tax purposes and for other purposes.
Okay, I want to touch on that, right? Your point is there already is a framework for how we deal with money.
Yes.
Right? Now, the question is Bitcoin so unique that it can't fit into the existing framework as money, or is it similar enough that if we simply treated it as money the same way we treat, some currencies that are, smaller and larger, then the framework is already big enough and strong enough, and we don't need to do anything unique in that regulatory space except simply treat it as money?
My understanding is that is correct, that the existing regulatory framework is sufficiently strong that if you bring it within the operation of as money, that would produce an outcome which is consistent with where the industry wants to go, the adoption of it, and achieves the government oversight purposes.
Okay. I mean, I ask you to take this on notice, because if you want to add more to it, give you the opportunity to, because we're going through the process.
Sure.
But I mean, I know there's other complications here, but you're making it pretty simple. You're saying that if we simply say, we have this existing framework and so much has gone into this framework about how we treat with money and debates and this and that, you're simply saying, bring this into that space and treat it as money, and everything else on the regulatory front will flow.
Yes, we do have a highly advanced regulatory framework which it can be incorporated into.
Okay. One more question before we go back to Senator Canavan. There are those out there who argue, and in this digital space and in this kind of area, there is I think it's fair to say, a fairly libertarian streak that runs through some of this kind of space on the internet, and that,
yes,
kind of some of it well-intentioned, some of it less well-intentioned, who argue that there should be no role for government, there should be no role for regulation, and frankly that the entire conversation around taxation should be ignored because all this should exist outside the taxation space. There are some of us who think that is not only stupid, it's unrealistic, that if you're not involved in shaping regulation, regulation shapes you. Mm-hmm. Government doesn't go away simply because you don't want to deal with it. But I wouldn't mind getting your kind of legal view on all that.
Again, from my perspective as a taxation lawyer, I have clients who transact in Bitcoin We need to deal with the tax office in relation to those transactions. We need to demonstrate the proof elements of, the fact that we've incurred the expense, that we've derived the income. All of those things need to operate within the existing framework and the existing rules of evidence and procedures of dealing with tax office and other regulators. At that point, those things are unavoidable. The Commissioner has his powers of default assessment. He can come in, he can investigate if there's an accretion to wealth that is unexplained because people have been transacting in Bitcoin in a way that they've achieved a degree of anonymity, much like transacting in cash. The Commissioner has his existing powers to investigate and make his determinations, and the taxpayer has the obligation to demonstrate their side of the story. So,
Okay.
I think
So to touch on that, just before we go to Matt. Okay, so is what you're saying? What you're saying there, and I just want to be clear, is in effect the whole other set of issues, which we're going to get some people to kind of speak to us to as we go down with AUSTRAC and others. The whole, is this being misused or can it be misused for nefarious activities?
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that you actually address a lot of those problems by placing it within the tax system because you create a different kind of transparency mechanism. Can you explain that?
By bringing it into the regulated transactions, by legitimising it, by giving it scope to operate on a day-to-day business basis, there are, under the existing rules, mechanisms for demonstrating how transactions occurred. The blockchain provides a slightly different tool for making those demonstrations. There are different ways in which you would do that for Bitcoin-related transactions, but the fundamental principles are unchanged.
Can I just, thank you, Chair, can I just go back to the issues around you saying that there should be a minimum level of acceptance, or it should be, you accept the Commissioner of Taxation's view that a digital currency should have some element of widespread use before it is adopted as money. I'm just trying to I want to tease out the economic or market structure implications of that. We've spoken a lot about Bitcoin, but there are alternative digital currencies. Yes. And I'm just wondering if we adopted a legal or regulatory perspective that you must meet a minimum level of use before you get to be in this club.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be a bit of a barrier to market entry and stop competition among alternative currencies?
Yes, I think that's exactly right. And one of the policy decisions that needs to be made in relation to bringing digital currencies within the existing currency and money framework is, do we do it for all digital currencies, irrespective of their level of market adoption, or do we include some sort of hurdle that they need to pass in order to get in? That's a policy decision, and I suppose in one sense, from a tax design perspective, it doesn't matter. You can have, if something is a particularly small niche digital currency, provided that it is what we call an open system, in the sense that it's available to everybody, you don't have to be a member of a club, or you don't have to sign up to a particular terms and conditions. Provided it meets those conditions, does it really matter that we bring it into the currency framework early from a tax design perspective? And my personal view is that I don't think it would make a difference.
Does that, and does that go to your, I think something you said earlier, that your first best option would be to insert a digital currency definition in our tax laws?
Yes.
So that would presumably that definition would meet certain, or would require a digital currency to meet certain tests before it was, which may or may not include its use or etc., its market share, so to speak. Yeah.
So you'd want to distinguish it from other closed systems like Bartercard and other systems of exchange.
World of Warcraft and things like that, right? Okay. I've never played that game.
Virtual currencies is a whole different.
Okay, all right. So it would be more a character test in a sense, the character of these currencies, not their potential adoption or use.
I think any From a design perspective, anytime you include that hurdle, you have a problem of transition. And that problem of transition of moving from commodity treatment to currency treatment is going to give rise to tax leakage, it's going to give rise to compliance issues, and is best avoided if we can.
Okay. Are there any definitions at the moment floating around, or other jurisdictions? Is there a definition of digital currency in their laws as such?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And look, just finally, you mentioned earlier that you've got clients or clients that use Bitcoins. Since August, then, have you noticed any direct impact on their businesses from the taxation ruling? And have people packed up and left, or thinking about leaving, etc.?
The great difficulty for those people who make Bitcoin available to consumers is they are competing with offshore providers that do not have this impost. Even under the design of our GST, if I go onto a US Bitcoin trader's website and buy Bitcoin from them, even on the ATO's view, there is no taxable transaction. Our reverse charge rules don't kick in. There is no tax to be paid. Whereas if I go onto an Australian trader's website, I will incur a 1/11th charge for GST. It will be leakage, and why would I go to the Australian website when I can get exactly the same thing straight into my wallet on my phone through the US website versus the Australian website?
No, thank you, Mr. Summer. That's very good. There will be lots of questions to take up later.
Yeah, I think I'm just very conscious of the time, so we might. It's okay, Senator Canavan.
Yeah.
Yep. We might move on. I now call Mr. I'm going to spell Guzwowski. Mr. Gibb. Oh, sorry, no, I'm sorry, wrong one. Mr. Cullen from Bitcoin Brisbane. Sorry, I've got the order wrong. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
Lucas Cullen from Bitcoin Brisbane.
Fantastic. Now, Mr. Cullen, I'm very conscious of the fact that we're actually quite tight for time.
Sure.
So I may ask you if you've got a brief opening statement, and if your opening statement you can just outline kind of where your area kind of fits, so we make sure we're asking the right questions.
Sure. Thank you for inviting me to this committee today, Mr. Chair. My name is Lucas Cullen. I'm Director of Bitcoin Brisbane, a consultancy firm that develops Bitcoin-related software and advises industry on exciting opportunities and the potential pitfalls of digital currencies. I'm also studying a Bachelor of Mathematics at QUT, and I've previously worked developing software in the banking industry, so I think that should answer where you should target the questions. I was also mining Bitcoin in 2011, so I'm happy to talk about Bitcoin mining and why you shouldn't. And as they say, it's better to sell the shovels than to the miners than to mine itself. As Mark said, the biggest expense of mining is power. In Australia, we have an abundance of free power in the form of solar and a decreasing feed-in tariff. A potential industry could emerge whereby converting the solar power generated during the day into Bitcoin when the demand for electricity is low, and then using that revenue to buy power back from the grid in the evening, thus forming an economical battery. While my experience in digital currency is broad, today I would like to confine my opening remarks to the technical characteristics of digital currencies. The blockchain is a technology that underpins Bitcoin, just as TCP/IP is the network protocol that allows services such as email, websites and Skype to run. Blockchain allows peer-to-peer digital currencies to exist. The blockchain is a distributed public ledger that all actors agree to be the truth by a decentralized validation process called mining. All actors participate in validating transaction are known as miners. The ledger may be thought of in traditional accounting terms as double entry accounting. However, in the Bitcoin network, each and every transaction is known by everyone, making fraudulent transactions impossible. Bitcoin transactions are organized and synchronized without central authority into 10-minute chunks called blocks. Now, I may skip this next section because of Mark's comments on it, and I'll take questions at the end.
Okay, so Mr. Cullen, let's just talk about the business opportunities.
Sure.
And industry opportunities.
Okay.
So your business, you're saying you effectively develop products, and consult and advise businesses on how to get into this space?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Do you want to just outline to us what you see as kind of the growth potential, the business opportunities for Australian businesses? And firstly, and then secondly, also touch on how much of the taxation issue, the impact the taxation issue has had on those opportunities.
Sure. In regards to business opportunities, what Bitcoin and blockchain technology allows is this inversion of trust. As we're seeing, this distributed public ledger that can be audited by anyone has massive ramifications. For example, parliamentary or party donations could be audited by the public and could also be audited to see where those funds are allocated throughout the system. As we mentioned earlier about, I'll just take a note here, a topic called proof of solvency, where we're talking about fractional lending. Because the blockchain is, and every transaction is known, you can actually see mathematically and provably the amount of funds the company has. So you can actually see whether the company has the capacity to pay your invoices. So again, like a proof of solvency. So there is just a few use cases that I can think of.
What about the Australian potential and the Australian businesses you're kind of consulting with?
Yeah, sure. I think we have an extremely good talent pool here in Australia from the software developers. We have good climate, albeit solar power, to actually encourage miners to participate here and to reduce that cost of electricity down. We have decent broadband penetration, which will allow these services to exist. And we are, traditionally English-speaking citizens, where most of the Bitcoin code is written in English. So we have a competitive advantage over other markets such as India developing software products in this space.
Okay. Senator Manager.
Yeah, I might just ask a little bit about the mining. So is there any mining that happens in Australia anymore?
Yeah, there's a company, ASX listed, called Digital BTC, who have a mining operation in WA. Okay.
So where did you used to do your mining back in 2000? Did you do it on your MacBook or?
No. 2011 we started mining, but a friend of mine has 10 kilowatt solar power. So again, we're using the advantage of free electricity to earn Bitcoin.
Okay.
Was it profitable?
To put it into perspective, I bought about $3,000 worth of Bitcoin mining when Bitcoin was $5. It would have been more profitable just to buy Bitcoin and be up $750,000.
With the increase in the price.
Yes. So.
Right. Okay. And so, what you're at the moment, Bitcoin Brisbane? What's your business now? What services do you offer people?
So it's primarily developing software for Bitcoin, either accepting payments as a traditional e-commerce marketplace, or building software for up-and-coming industries like Bitcoin ATMs.
Okay, all right. And so, do you have clients at the moment that are ATMs?
Yes, we do. We've just finished a development cycle for a ATM client.
Do you know how many ATMs there are in Australia? Or
it'd be less
Bitcoins?
than 10.
Less than 10 in the whole country? Okay, all right. Where are those?
Off the top of my head, there's 3 in Melbourne. I know there's 1 in Brisbane and I think a couple in Sydney.
Okay. I mean, presumably you're fairly connected in with the Bitcoin community. Is it growing in Australia? Are people using it? I mean, is there data on that at the moment about how much use of Bitcoins in Australia compared not just globally?
You could work it out. There is growing. We've seen my user group has 200 members. Right. The Sydney meetup last night well exceeded that. It's growing as people are becoming aware. But one of the biggest benefits for accepting or using Bitcoin is consumer protection. So I might quickly talk about that at the moment. So in a traditional system, when you pay via a credit card, you are literally handing your wallet to someone and saying, take out as much funds as you see fit, hand that wallet back to me. And we have legal frameworks to stop people doing that. But as history shows, that process is flawed. There's a lot of actors along the way who can maliciously or unintentionally lose that data. Whereas in a Bitcoin system, it's a push system. I will never reveal my information to you. You will send me an invoice. I will sign a transaction on my computer using my private keys and then push that transaction unencrypted to the network for every actor to witness. Now, from a merchant point, because transactions are, for all intents and purposes, irreversible, that allows trades to markets or areas that would typically not be acceptable to trade in. I have one client who's done over $500,000 of Bitcoin, consumer electrical sales and zero fraud.
Who's he selling to?
To anyone in the world. So
Okay, he's based in Australia? Or
yes, he's based in Brisbane. He's sold to over 50 countries worldwide and with zero fraud.
Right, okay, and he only accepts Bitcoins?
Only accepts Bitcoin.
Right, okay. So just on the consumer safety, you're saying that the consumer safety is a selling point for Bitcoin, I suppose. What are the risks, though? We heard earlier about potential for stealing Bitcoins and those things.
Yes.
Are they evident in the community now? Do people lose Bitcoins?
Yes, that is a good point. So with Bitcoin, the consumer or the user is entrusted with their own private keys. Effectively, everyone is their own bank. Now that is a scary and an exciting opportunity. But I would argue that a central repository with everyone's data in it that is susceptible to an attack is probably worse than a distributed system where everyone's private keys are distributed by themselves. Now, the Bitcoin protocol has a few things built in to stop loss of data, and Mark didn't touch on this. It's actually called multi-signature accounts. So we can think of these in a traditional model as a joint account. So we could actually have an account that requires, say, 2 of 3 signatures. So you and your partner could have custodian to the account, and you keep the third signature in a private, in a vault, etc.
What do you mean by signatures? Is it an electronic type?
Think of them, as private keys, which is as the keys to sign the transaction.
Yep. Like a Wi-Fi password or something like that, is it?
You could think of it that way, yes.
Okay. Do you see, later I think we'll hear from the Australian Digital Currency Commerce Association, their proposal for a sort of a self-regulatory environment. What do you think of that idea that to the extent we want to protect against people doing the wrong thing in this industry? Do you think that kind of model can work, or would you prefer other types of regulatory models, or just a complete open slather arrangement?
To be honest, regulatory is not really my expertise, but what I would like to see, and what I'm doing, is educating people on how to stop theft and loss of Bitcoin. So I think there should be maybe from a government point is more education into this space. We talked about briefly, I forget who asked the question, about what is this private key, and Mark touched on it briefly, that it's just an arbitrary string of characters. Well, that is correct, and it also is incorrect. It is just a number. It is literally just a number, albeit a number that is so large that the amount of combinations to try and guess that number is just not feasible. So I think a broader understanding of what the actual private key is and why that information is sensitive is one of the ways to bring adoption into this space. And I think that's done through education and through forums like this.
I suppose I'm going to the issue that if storing that number then becomes an issue, and I suppose if I've got a lot of Bitcoins, I probably don't want to carry them around on a USB stick, or even on Dropbox or something like that.
Yeah.
I'd probably want to have them secure with some kind of exchange or wallet, as we were speaking before. Of course, there was a high-profile failure earlier in the year with Mt. Gox.
Yep.
I'm sort of asking, to what extent do you see the risk to your industry of cowboys, if you like, in the industry doing the wrong thing, and then therefore hurting the reputation of everybody in the industry? Is that a great risk at the moment?
Sure. So again, it's about education, and there's ways, I said, to proofably know that company is solvent. Mt. Gox, if they had have used a proof of solvency, we could have seen that they didn't have the funds that they say they did. So people could have had that, been transparent. So I think exchanges, etc., will take on these features and be a competitive edge over their competitors. So you'll only do business with an exchange that has proof of solvency. And by the same token, using a multi-signature account, I could actually jointly sign my coins on Mt. Gox and myself, requiring both parties to sign that transaction in the event of an exchange. So no one actor can ever spend those coins. So we can avoid scenarios like Mt. Gox through education and through best practices.
Okay. So just to follow on the Mt. Gox, just to go back to what Mr. Pesce said earlier, just to get the order right.
Sure.
There's the ledger, which is the blockchain.
Sure.
Right? That is proven to be incredibly secure, strong. Impenetrable is probably the wrong word, but is demonstrated to be as much a, that's kind of the Swiss banking system. It's kind of the vault,
yep.
Right? And that's been fine, and there's been no issues there, and there's faith in that. Separate to that, you've got the exchanges, which kind of stem off that, yes. Which are my interaction with the blockchain is through the exchanges. Yes. And that's where they maintain my wallet and do those kinds of things. And the question with Mt. Gox was, and others, is there is, and I'm just going to note here what ASIC said, the weak link, and this is according to ASIC, has been the kind of exchanges. And your point, Mr. Cullen, is the competitive nature of the exchanges as we go through this process, and market forces will mean the trusted, successful exchanges were the ones who are going to succeed. Some will fall over, some will get bought out, some will get, unprofitable. But you're effectively saying that what we're going through now with this is the market forces making a determination on which of the exchanges are going to come to fruition and which of the exchanges are going to disappear and vanish.
Sure, I get asked this a lot of times, and it was touched on here today, is where do we buy coins from? So I would advise that we buy from Australian exchanges like CoinJar or Cointree. They have an ABN number, and they're based in Melbourne, so they abide by our laws and regulations. There's other offshore exchanges, but like any purchase on the internet, you have to do your due diligence. You have to work out who you're dealing with, and are these companies reputable? And perhaps start small, and only risk the amount of money you can afford to lose. Just like any transaction on the internet.
But what I want to make is what happened with Mt. Gox. That wasn't a reflection on the ledger,
no,
the blockchain. That was a reflection on the exchange
That's
itself.
Right.
Okay.
It was
I just want to make that distinction. I want to get my understanding around that.
Yes, it was run by criminals.
What exactly went wrong with Mt. Gox? I mean, how were they able to defraud people you mentioned?
Sure, it was basically a Ponzi scheme. I can sell you and you 1 Bitcoin each, but I only have 1 Bitcoin on my balance sheet. Now I can make a website that shows you whatever I like, but if you both withdraw that 1 Bitcoin, therein lies the problem.
So it's a bank, effectively. I mean, that's exactly what the Commonwealth Bank does. It doesn't have all the money in its vaults to pay everyone out if we all went there today.
I'll decline on
That's a different inquiry.
But exactly right. And using a proof of solvency, we can show that they are 100% solvent for the amount of money. So it actually, like you said, using Bitcoin solves problems that we're seeing today in the banking and financial sector.
And I suppose, though, that's where maybe, some would argue that regulation can help, in the sense that, it's fine for Mt. Gox or some other entity to say, yep, I'm solvent, please trust me. But obviously, when the confirmation is coming from the interested party, it'll carry less weight. Whereas if there was a third party, a regulator and a creditor, that could provide some kind of certification and stamp and perhaps help the industry. What do you think of that potential?
Sure. I mean, anyone that audits these companies can also make mistakes, and all these audits come at a cost. With a proof of solvency scenario, these costs are literally zero, and anyone has the potential to do this. So these systems should be embraced.
Okay. All right, Chair.
Okay, I'm just very, very conscious of time, Mr. Sure. I think there's a few more kind of questions that I did want to ask, and in particular about the recent decision by the NAB Bank in April 2014, but I might bring that back to the panel because there might be other views on that as well. So thank you, Mr. Cullen. Thank you for making yourself available. I now call, and I know I was a bit out of order before, I now call Mr. Chris, how do I pronounce it?
Christopher Gazowski.
Mr. Gazowski from ABA Technology. For the Hansard record, could you state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Hi, my name is Crystal Kozowski. I'm the CEO and founder of ABA Technology. We operate Bitcoin ATMs around Australia, and we're developing a number of different Bitcoin software solutions for consumers and merchants alike.
Fantastic. Well, look, as we've done in the past, we're very, very conscious of how limited our time is. I'm going to ask you to make if you'd like to make some opening remarks, but in doing so, and you probably have already answered this, if you could just explain kind of where your expertise and area is, so we make sure we're directing the right set of questions to you.
Sure. Thank you very much for having me. Bitcoin, at its most fundamental level, is a breakthrough in computer science, one that builds on 20 years of research into cryptographic currency and 40 years of research in cryptography. The practical consequence of this breakthrough is that Bitcoin gives us, for the first time, a way for one internet user to transfer a unique piece of digital property to another internet user such that the transfer is guaranteed to be safe and secure, everyone knows that the transfer has taken place, and nobody can challenge the legitimacy of the transfer. Some have called it the invention of digital scarcity. Digital money is the first type of property to be transferred in this way. The consequences of this breakthrough are hard to overstate. Bitcoin's commercial potential is extraordinary, and we are only just beginning to develop applications to realize this potential. $295 million of venture capital investment has flown into Bitcoin-related companies so far in 2014. This is significantly more than was invested in internet-related companies in 1995. The Bitcoin ledger is a new kind of payment system. Anyone in the world can pay anyone else in the world any amount of value of Bitcoins by simply transferring ownership of the corresponding slot in the ledger. Put value in, transfer it, the recipient gets value out, no intermediary required, no friction, and in most cases, no fees. Earlier this year, a random spectator at a televised sports event held up a placard with a QR code and the text, "Send me Bitcoin." He received $25,000 in Bitcoin in the first 24 hours, all from people he had never met. This was the first time in history that you could see someone holding up a sign in person or on TV or in a photo and then send them money with 2 clicks on your smartphone. The fact that Bitcoin...
So, just before we move on from this, did he explain what he needed the money for, or just for his own personal use?
I think it was a social experiment.
Is this hearing televised, Chair? Can I do this right?
Yeah, that's right.
And I would like to demonstrate this in happening live later on if you give me the opportunity. The fact that Bitcoin has almost no fees is extremely important. Bitcoin is the first internet-wide payment system where transactions either happen with no fees or very low fees, down to fractions of a cent. Existing payment systems charge fees of 2 to 3% due to friction incurred by multiple intermediaries in the transaction process. What's the future of Bitcoin? Why would any merchant want to accept Bitcoin as payment? Venture capitalist and Netscape founder and big Bitcoin advocate, Mark Andreessen, has given the example of an online electronics retailer. Profit margins for many online retailers are under 5%, which means that conventional 2.5% payment fees consume half the margin. Bitcoin's frictionless nature means that this money could be reinvested in the business, passed back to consumers, or taxed by the government. Australian online retailers marketing to an offshore market particularly lose competitiveness due to even higher international payment fees. To give you a feel for this market, e-commerce sales in 2014 are forecast to top $1.5 trillion. One immediately obvious and enormous area for Bitcoin-based innovation is international remittance. Every day, hundreds of millions of low-income people go to work in hard jobs in foreign countries to make money to send back to their families in their home countries. Over $600 billion was forecast by the World Bank for this year alone. Every day, banks and payment companies extract exorbitant fees, often upward of 10%, to transfer this money. Bitcoin, with little to no fees and no intermediaries, will make remittance costs negligible. To be clear, this usage of Bitcoin alone will produce an economic saving approaching $60 billion annually. A third fascinating use case for Bitcoin is micropayments. Micropayments have never been feasible because it is not cost-effective to process small payments through the existing credit, debit, and banking systems. Think of payments $1 and below, down to fractions of a cent. All of a sudden, with Bitcoin, that's easy. Bitcoins have the useful property of infinite divisibility, currently down to 8 decimal places. So you can specify a very small amount of money, like 1/1000th of a cent, and send it to anyone in the world for free. Content monetization is a great example. One reason media businesses, such as newspapers, struggle to charge for online content is because they need to charge either all, the entire subscription fee for all the content, or nothing, which then results in all the terrible banner ads on the internet. All of a sudden, with Bitcoin, there is an economically viable way to charge otherwise small amounts of money per article, or per section, or per hour, or per video play, etc. I hope that I have given you a sense of the incredible, exciting promise of Bitcoin. Bitcoin offers a plethora of opportunity to reimagine how the financial system can and should work in the internet era, and a catalyst to reshape that system in ways that are more powerful for individuals, government, and business alike. I'm happy to take questions.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Thank you so much for that. That was a really good opening statement. Okay, I just want to touch on a couple of the specific points you made, because I think that was quite interesting and kind of. So you're saying that the other opportunity, and I hadn't heard this before, so is that when we're talking about the content, and we're talking about this broader challenge, which is how do you have a newspaper video kind of industry that's sustainable? At the moment, the way we've been doing it is by you pay a monthly subscription fee of, say, $10, $20, $30, depending on the supplier. You're saying this would be an opportunity or a way to actually have this whole micropayment, a whole kind of new way of being able to pay for content and to sustain content.
A pay-per-view system where you could pay 5 cents to read an article, and that is literally scanning a QR code, pressing a button, and you have access.
That's really interesting. That's actually quite
So is
cool.
anybody doing that right now?
There are a few players doing it at the moment, but there are a number of significant media organisations that are looking into it.
Any of the Australian media organisations?
We are in discussions with a number of Australian media organisations.
Okay, I don't want to kind of embarrass you to name them, so I won't ask you to do that.
Thank you.
No, I assume that's commercial in confidence. But apart from the Australian media players, I mean, are there other kind of industries in that you're looking at that seem quite innovative and different?
The number of Bitcoin businesses are numerous, from Bitcoin exchanges to Bitcoin broking services to services for merchants for them to accept Bitcoin, financial services around Bitcoin such as derivatives to help mitigate the risk, and Bitcoin mining, which is to facilitate the reconciliation and clearing of payments, which have been touched on before.
Where's most of the mining done now? I mean, there was a discussion earlier and you said there was a couple of, someone's doing it in WA, I think someone was doing it in Brisbane, and that, is most of it done in the US, or where in the world is most of this happening?
It's very much driven by power cost, because that's the main operational cost of performing Bitcoin mining. So I believe that there's large mining operations in Iceland, because Iceland is plentiful in renewable energy from geothermal, which is essentially free because the capex has been paid off. And they also have a cool climate, which allows for the natural cooling of the machines, which heat up, and means there's no additional cost for air conditioning. I believe there's a lot of mining being done in Texas and in Washington State in the US as well.
Okay. And you run ATMs.
That's right.
So where are your ATMs?
We have one in Westfield, Sydney, under Myer. That's on Pitt Street Mall. And Pitt Street Mall is the 5th most expensive retail street in the world, just for the record.
You can come to our retail leasing inquiry next week if you want.
We have one in the Emporium in Melbourne. We have one here in the Canberra Centre.
Okay. So how does it work? I've seen the machine. I haven't used it. How does it work? Can I go to this machine and will you convert? So if I don't already have a wallet, so it's going to make me sound really, really silly for not knowing the answer to this, so I apologise. Can I go in with $20, put it through your machine, and then it get put into my wallet as Bitcoin, or no?
That's right. So our ATM is a 280 ATM. It's almost like a foreign exchange kiosk, but it's automated. It's a piece of hardware. So somebody can go up to the ATM and purchase Bitcoin for cash. They scan their QR code, which is their Bitcoin address, or we can print.
So is that their wallet?
It's their wallet.
Yep.
So they nominate where that Bitcoin is sent. They enter the cash into the machine, confirm the transaction, and it is sent immediately to their wallet. Alternatively, they can send Bitcoin they already own to the machine, essentially selling it, which we then go as an agent on their behalf and sell in the open market, and dispense cash for them so that they can both liquidate their Bitcoin holdings or purchase the Bitcoin through the machine. And we identify our users before they can transact with the machine.
What do you mean identify? How does
We
that happen?
scan their ID and we take a photo of them.
Right.
We verify that the two things match up before we allow them to transact.
Right. Why do you do that? What's the
We do
risk?
that to preemptively comply with anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing regulation. We
Right.
know that Bitcoin is still in regulatory limbo in Australia, but we're preemptively being compliant so to prove the legitimacy of the technology.
Okay.
Well, on that point, and I'm going to quote, it's the Australian Transaction Reports and Analysis Centre, AUSTRAC, and as part of this inquiry, we'll obviously be approaching them, and I imagine I'd be very surprised if they didn't come to a future hearing. They've expressed concern about the risk that digital currencies could pose to finance kind of terrorist or other nefarious kinds of activities. I guess there's two questions, which is firstly, how legitimate a concern is that? And they'll have their opinion. And secondly, if it is a legitimate concern, do you think the best way that you feel that you can, address the risk of digital currencies being used in this way?
Sure. So it is a legitimate concern. It's a similar concern to how cash can be used anonymously. However, all Bitcoin transactions go through the Bitcoin ledger, therefore it's fully auditable. That's why we have discussed as the ADCCA, of which I'm a founding member, or our company is a founding member, that there should be oversight on the on-ramps and off-ramps into Bitcoin. That is when people buy Bitcoin and sell Bitcoin. So that if we identify the users that are buying Bitcoin and selling Bitcoin, thereafter there is a
That's with
transfer.
exchanges.
Exchanges or ATMs,
Your ATMs,
or other vending services of Bitcoin.
I mean, your ATMs are an exchange, aren't they?
No, we're an agent to an exchange, so we're just a facilitator of Bitcoin transactions.
Fair enough. So you're like, sorry, just with the comparison in the normal banking world, you're like what, like Diebold is who builds all the ATMs in the US?
No, we're like a Travelex.
Okay.
We're like a Travelex for Bitcoin, which is unmanned, which makes it more efficient.
So do you know what and I'm ignorant of this, what requirements are on Travelex at the moment to record and report the transactions they facilitate in various foreign currencies?
I'm not a regulations and compliance expert, but when I used Travelex last, they asked me to present my ID. So identify myself before transacting with them.
Right.
And I did not pay GST on the Australian dollars that I purchased for US dollars.
So you require the ID. Have you had any requests from law enforcement authorities to provide details?
I'm not privy to disclose that, unfortunately.
Okay. I'm not asking for the details of that.
So what was the question?
I just asked, has he had to disclose information, or has he had a request to disclose information from a regulatory authority?
However, we've met with regulatory officials, with law enforcement officials on a number of occasions and expressed our want to cooperate with any request.
That was going to be my next question. So do you have in place any sort of guidelines about that reporting within your business at the moment?
We have full transaction reporting in place, which, if required by law, we could supply to law enforcement.
Okay. And what sort of threshold or triggers do you think you'd need to provide that information? Just simply a request from an authority?
We compile that information regardless of the transaction size. It's all software, so it's all very easy to program into our workflow. And I guess that's why, as the ADCCA, we're trying to have a conversation about a regulatory, ideally a self-regulatory framework where we put standards on the industry and we implement those standards in the software, in the workflows when the industry is starting, rather than have some standards come in place or regulations come in place when the industry is already in full swing, which are much harder to implement and will cause disruptions in services.
Presumably here there's a balance between the privacy of people's information that you hold on their transactions and the requirements of various authorities.
We maintain best practice as far as privacy goes.
Okay. And so how much work, I'm sure this is a question we can ask the organisation you're a member of later, but how much work have you done in trying to design best practice guidelines around the protection of privacy but the cooperation?
As the ADCCA, we've been working very hard discussing it with professionals in the compliance field, experts in the payment space, experts in financial services compliance to come up with the most effective self-regulatory framework.
Okay.
Mr. Gazowski, on that point, right, going back to the kind of scenario I gave you earlier, I just want to get the taxation issue clear. If I'm going into Pitt Street, Westfield, down the bottom of the food court where your ATM is, and I put $20 into the machine to convert it to Bitcoin so that I can pay for whatever item on the internet or whatever I want to purchase, in doing so, you will charge me 10% fee. And so the Australian Tax Office, I will be charged GST on that transaction.
If we were selling our customers Bitcoin, we would apply 10% GST as per the recent ATO ruling. However, we don't, as an Australian company, sell our customers Bitcoin. We facilitate for them to purchase Bitcoin from overseas vendors, and we just provide the technology to do that. We charge a margin on the Bitcoin, a spread, and we charge GST on that.
And is the reality, I mean, I just want to kind of highlight in a way that highlights the ridiculousness of the taxation issue, right? Because there would be some who would argue, or there may be an argument put, that by having this, and perhaps the right person for this question is sitting there, but that there was a revenue opportunity for the Australian government by providing a 10% taxation GST on these transactions. But the point you're making is the simple global nature of all this means that you would not be competitive if you were going to an Australian process. So you go through international process to be internationally competitive.
Yeah, my take on the GST ruling is that it's caused a lot of confusion in the industry. On the one hand, it's created clarity because they've created some definition of Bitcoin and classed it as an intangible asset. But on the other hand, putting GST on it has meant that it puts additional friction on transactions and it completely sets it apart from other types of currency and doesn't make it practical to purchase locally. So yes, it's sent a lot of businesses offshore, and it's putting a break on the industry for sure.
Okay, I just want to note the presence of Senator Whish-Wilson as well, and note that the Senate is sitting, so he may have to come and go and pop in for a bit.
Well, I just wanted to just clarify, perhaps to finish up on the Chair's questioning there. Does this issue about the fact you're not charging GST for when I go to one of your ATMs and buy a Bitcoin?
We are charging GST on our services.
On your services. If I go and buy a Bitcoin from you, you don't have to because...
You're not buying Bitcoin
from you. I'm buying it from an overseas.
However, the machine is facilitating for a seller overseas to sell it into the Australian market.
And the reason you're not using Australian sellers is because it would cost you 10% more to do
That's
that.
right.
That's what I was going to clarify. So it goes to the issue Mr. Sommer raised earlier that this is inconsistent.
But Senator, if I could I demonstrate a Bitcoin transaction?
Yep, that'd be great.
Using software that we built here in Australia, and we've been working 6 months to do it. And I think I want to demonstrate the exciting nature of it. So I have here a website which could be a merchant, which would like to accept
You're not
Bitcoin.
going to ask people to send you Bitcoins, are you?
No, I'm going to ask myself to send it just for demonstration purposes. So here we have a website which accepts Bitcoin as a means of payment. And then on the other hand, I have on my phone a wallet that we have developed, and I'm going to send Bitcoin from my wallet here to, this could be any person or merchant anywhere around the world. So I press a button to scan a QR code, scanner pops up, I scan that,
One in 10 chances will now work.
the scanner doesn't want to focus. I will in a second.
Does it work through NFC? Can you do that as well?
It will very shortly, yeah.
Right, okay.
And in doing that, it all went to space.
So it's been scanned in. I press send here.
Yeah.
I'm entering my code as security. It is sending. Sending transaction. Transaction received. The tick has popped up on the screen. That transaction has gone through. That is the same service which Visa, MasterCard perform for a large transaction fee. It's the same service which PayPal perform, an American company. They process $300 million of transactions a day. And this is because of the Bitcoin technology, an Australian company based in Sydney using local talent has developed this technology which allows merchants around the world to accept payments from around the world for free, immediately, securely. I mean, that's a very exciting development, and that's something that we have developed here in Australia. That's something that we could champion if we were if we pioneered self-regulation in this industry, and our financial institutions could go out and expand their customer base in the regional markets, providing this technology, which is so easy to use and can provide financial services to a whole host of new customers.
Can I, one final, do you mind if I just jump in thinking of it? You said before for free, right? Explain, the bit I don't get is, I assumed there was some kind of nominal transaction charge, because how else are you making money?
No, so from our point of view, we provide the service, and it's a question of developing this service. We will charge the merchants a monthly fee for allowing them to not be charged a per transaction fee.
Okay.
So there's a clear business case for a merchant to use our services because they open up to a new market of the Bitcoin community. They don't get charged a transaction fee, and they get charged a very nominal monthly fee for the service. So there's a clear business case for them. And then there's consumers can do it for free. A consumer can voluntarily add a so-called minus fee, which is fractions of a cent, to expedite a transaction. And that's really a technicality. But the way the network is financed is through mining. And the miners, by the network, are remunerated with 25 newly issued Bitcoins every 10 minutes for solving the algorithm and ordering the blockchain. That process, or that service, is essentially reconciling all the transactions that occurred in the last 10 minutes. It is a clearinghouse function, and it is essentially mild inflation of the number of Bitcoins issued, and that is how the system is financed rather than on a per transaction basis.
Senator Wilson?
Sorry, caught me. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kozlowski, nice mo, by the way.
I believe the Movember Foundation will be accepting Bitcoin next year.
Good.
For
Good to hear.
donations.
Good to hear. I was just interested if there's been any development in secondary markets for Bitcoin, like derivative markets.
There are, and there are fascinating Australian companies that are developing such financial products. I'll plug my friends Jeremy Glaros at CoinArch. They're ex-Macquarie bankers who have resigned from their very high-profile jobs to innovate in this space. And they're a Sydney-based company who are developing products to mitigate risk for merchants, for consumers, to be able to hedge the volatility risk of Bitcoin and make it a safer environment and to meet different users' needs.
Because, well, second question following on from that is, can you give us a breakdown, or do you have any data at all about the volatility of Bitcoin in connection to it being used for transactions, rather than, for example, speculation or?
Sure, it's difficult to break down what volume of transactions is transactional volume and what volume is transaction volume. Well, it's just as difficult as it is on the oil market to define which oil trades are actually by end users and which ones are by financial speculators.
Investments,
The fact is that there is about $100 million of transactions going through the blockchain on a daily basis. And the volatility, I last heard, has dropped from 10% on a daily basis 2 years ago, 5% last year down to 2% daily this year. So there's clearly a downward trend in the volatility, and that's because more exchanges are opening up around the world. There's more traders, there's more market makers, there's more market depth, more liquidity, therefore the spreads are being lowered and the volatility is reducing.
Have you approached the ASX at all, or have you had briefings with the ASX at all about potential trading platforms for Bitcoin?
Not yet.
Okay.
Personally, I haven't discussed, had those discussions with the ASX.
Right.
However, there's definitely future potential for such discussions and for their use of this technology, but I'd hazard a guess that that's a few years down the line.
So I figure if financial markets can start pricing the risk and are comfortable with pricing that risk, and there's particularly liquid secondary markets, then you're on your way to getting it accepted for transactions.
Sure,
I'm just not sure how far advanced you are in that respect.
I'm expecting for a number of exchanges to develop in Australia, servicing the local market, and it'd be pure speculation to say that they will be cooperating more or less with established players, but I'm sure they're keeping their eye on the space.
Have you, just on speculation, last question, have you heard any rumours about Launceston becoming a potential exchange?
I may have read an article or two.
Right.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that. Mr. Guzowski, there is going to be the panel discussion later today, which I believe you'll be participating in. I'm just very conscious of time and the fact that we have on the line Ms. Prayne Boring from the President of the US Chamber of Digital Commerce, who's calling in from Washington State or Washington DC?
Thank you very much.
Washington DC. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boring?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. I welcome Miss... sorry, I've got here... On one note, I have Miss Prayne Boring, and one note, I have Mr. Prayne Boring. It's a Miss, is it? Or Mr.?
Miss.
Miss. Okay, sorry.
I am a woman.
I hadn't heard before. That's right. I'm not here to judge.
I'm one of the few women in this space.
No, just the note here. Sorry, I hadn't spoken to you before. I now welcome Ms. Prayne Boring from the Chamber of Digital Commerce, appearing via teleconference. For the official record, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Yes, my name is Perry Ann McCowan Boring, and I am the president and the founder of the Chamber of Digital Commerce.
Thank you so much for participating in our inquiry, and I really appreciate you making the effort to help us here. Just to give you a very, very quick background of what we're doing here in Australia, we've for the first time have started Senate hearings into the future of kind of digital currency, and we're kind of exploring not only the business and other opportunities in the Australian context, but to what extent and what way should we be shaping our regulation and rules in the Australian domestic context, and where we've got it right and where we've got it wrong. So I know there's going to be a fair few questions from senators, but before we did that, we're going to ask if you had any opening remarks or an opening statement you'd like to make.
Yes, I do.
Oh, fantastic.
Go ahead. Well, thank you for allowing me to testify via teleconference. I think it's extremely important for public policy makers to engage with industry leaders on digital assets and digital currencies, because it's such a nascent role. It's important to facilitate the dialogue between the two. I'm the president and the founder of the Chamber of Digital Commerce. We are a 501c6 trade association representing the digital asset and digital currency industries. Our mission is to educate and facilitate the dialogue with policymakers and regulators to advocate for a pro-growth legal framework that is also consistent with the best interest of the public. We do this through a three-pronged approach: 1, advocacy; 2, public affairs; and 3, by building and organizing the digital assets community. So first, our advocacy efforts focus on educating public policymakers and regulators on the potential benefits of digital assets, such as blockchain technology, to protect future and promote further innovation. Our view at the Chamber is that blockchain technology is as revolutionary and it could soon be fundamental to the world's financial systems, because it has the potential to make commerce easier, more transparent, has lower transactions costs, and it harvests the power of the internet to unlock a whole new level of digital commerce. Our advocacy efforts here in Washington, D.C. include proactively building strategic relationships with public policymakers through open dialogue and facilitate public policymakers' education on digital currency and its benefits, and reinforcing the industry's dedication to growing the economy in a legal and an ethical way. Our main focus is with U.S. Congress and on U.S. federal agencies and departments that have jurisdiction over this technology. Secondly, we also provide public affairs services to help shape the public perception of the industry through responsive and proactive media engagement. We believe the media plays a very important role in public policy making, and in the U.S. we have found that there's been a lot of misinformation about this technology. So we work with the media and the public to sort out the facts and provide real-time responses to crucial developments or updates. And thirdly, we are working to encourage widespread adoption by building third-party coalitions. We seek out small businesses, merchant and consumer organizations that found value in the payment protocol and drive them to advocate and support this technology on their own behalf. We're also working to bridge the gap between the traditional financial institutions and the digital currency industry. So in summary, we are a business league that helps facilitate open and transparent dialogue with public policymakers, just as government wants open, transparent, safe, stable markets, as do we. Therefore, we both have a mutual interest in working together. Just as the internet is to communication, we believe digital assets will be the currency and commerce. There will be stumbles along the way. We've already seen some. And as our lives are becoming more and more digitized, it is important that consumers have a safe way to store and move digital assets. Just as technology is changing the world, commerce has to evolve with it. Happy to take any of your questions.
Well, thank you very much for that, Ms. Boring. We very much appreciate you joining us from teleconference. I presume it's in the evening over there, is it?
It is Tuesday night at 6:40.
Oh, that's not too bad. Well, it's worked out pretty well. I should say the chair has just stepped out. Chair Senator Dastyari has just stepped away, but I'm Senator Matthew Canavan, and I also have here at the table Senator Wish Wilson from Tasmania, and I'm sure we both have some questions. Can I just start by asking you to outline how do US regulatory authorities define and approach Bitcoin and other digital currencies at the moment? I don't know if you've heard any of the testimony this morning, but we're particularly focused on taxation issues. How in general and how in particular in regards to tax does the US authorities regulate digital currencies?
Well, on your first question about the regulatory environment, how public policymakers are looking at this technology, I'll first say we have a very bad recipe for public policy making at the moment, because you have there's been some scandals, there's been some mishaps, there's been some road bumps. I'm sure you've heard of them all, from Silk Road. I know in Australia you've had your own Silk Road type website issues. There was the fall of Mt. Gox. I heard somebody else speak about Mt. Gox this morning at your hearing as well. And then Liberty Reserve was another bad actor that created tons of media attention. So the media is creating hype around these scandals. They're not focusing on the positive aspects of how this technology is benefiting the economy. Regulators feel like they have to do something because they've been tasked with implementing consumer protections and investor protections, but yet they don't have a full understanding of how this technology works. In fact, there's very few people that really understand blockchain technology because it is so new. So that is not a good recipe for public policy making, and that's why we came about to form the Chamber of Digital Commerce, was to start working with public policymakers and educating on what this is to address their public policy concerns. Now, in the U.S., on the federal level, we have identified about 10 federal agencies and departments that somehow have asserted jurisdiction over this technology. I'll go through a couple of them, but you have the Securities and Exchange Commission that is looking at putting securities regulation and laws on this technology. And then you have the IRS, our taxing agent, which is calling this property. And then you have FinCEN, which is a department underneath the U.S. Treasury that is looking at this under money transmission.
Can you just repeat that last one? Sorry, could you just repeat that? I got the IRS. What was the next one after that?
FinCEN, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Agency, is underneath the Treasury. They regulate, they oversee money laundering, so they regulate money transmission. And there's a very, very tight regulation on top of those types of activities. But they regulate Bitcoin like a currency. And then we also have the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which is looking at this as a commodity. And then you have the intelligence agencies that are looking at this from their own respective views. So that's just the beginning of all the different agencies here in the U.S. that are looking at this in their own lenses. And this is a problem because it potentially could create a patchwork of inconsistencies among laws. If every single agency wants to regulate this from their own different direction, it also can create a conflict of law, and there's a number of issues that can arise because of that. So it is getting quite complicated. And then on the taxing side, when you have the IRS or taxing agent calling this property, but if you have the IRS that's looking at this like currency, you have issues if there were any type of criminal activity of how they're going to deal with that, because that's the conflict of law.
So I just want to drill down a little bit. So the IRS, you said, just to clarify, has defined digital currencies as property. Is that what you said? So.
Yes, that's correct, and that means if you if you acquire Bitcoins, whether you bought them or you were paid in Bitcoin or you came across them, but from the time you add them into your wallet, from the time they exit your wallet, you have to report capital gains or losses. Right. So it adds a number of reporting complications to dealing with this digital asset. So it adds more onerous reporting requirements for users of Bitcoin.
And I know you don't have a VAT, or value-added tax, at a federal level, but you do have sales taxes at state levels, I understand. What have state authorities, how have they defined digital currencies or Bitcoin, just in general, of course?
Did you say state authority?
State government. I believe you have sales taxes at the state level. So we've just heard this morning that in Australia, a tax called the GST, which is a sales tax effectively, is imposed on Bitcoin transactions, or has been since August. What's the definition in the states? Does in the United States, I mean, do state-based?
That's a good question, and I'm not sure that discussion has made its way into the state regulatory process at this point. I haven't heard anything of different states looking to tax this in different ways. We mostly focus on the federal government, so I'm not as closely in tune to the state issues. However, states' money transmission is regulated on a federal and a state level, similar to how tax is, and that's causing a major issue for exchangers. Any type of Bitcoin exchange, because in order to operate an exchange in the U.S., you have to have a money transmission license in every single state that you have customers in. So that creates a massive barrier to entry for a Bitcoin exchange. It could take years to become fully licensed in the U.S. with every single state, and it could take multi-millions of dollars to do that. And that is an issue that we are, taking very, very seriously, because it's very, very difficult for an exchange to become established and to be compliant and legal in the United States. And the barriers to entry to offer this type of service to the industry are very, very massive. And there are very few players that are doing this within the confines of the laws. And that's dangerous to have when, in order to have a healthy and a balanced economy, you need startups and you need small businesses. But the way that the rules on the state level are operating, it provides very, very little flexibility for new companies or small business, which leads to oligopolies and cartels and monopolies, which is very dangerous and not something that fosters healthy economic growth.
Ms. Boring, it's Senator Whish-Wilson here. Could I just ask you to clarify something, please?
Sure.
Does all you're saying there apply to Bitcoin? Because my understanding was it was a completely open financial network, so it didn't have the restrictions of a lot of those complex rules. Is that correct, or is it still subject? Bitcoin exchanges or financial services being developed around Bitcoin, are they subject to the same rules and restrictions that other financial services are?
A lot of that is currently being decided. What is very difficult is Bitcoin is, and blockchain technology, it's not just a currency, it's also a payment network. So you have this decentralized public ledger, which also is moving financial assets over the web. Anytime you're moving or transmitting money, that is highly regulated, especially in the U.S. But there are some companies that are helping facilitate that process. Sometimes some of the companies operating in this space are simply software providers, and they don't actually touch any money or a financial asset or the Bitcoin, or they don't hold the keys to the customer's accounts. Therefore, they're not operating as a custodian. And it's difficult as public policymakers are looking to regulate this, because this is a whole new way of digital commerce. We completely take the traditional finance system, put it upside down, and then we have, because we're dabbling in the financial services area, that's very, very, very strictly regulated. So we are seeing a lot of issues and conflicts of law here. It is a big problem, and I would say the biggest problems are with exchanges and money transmission, and how how customers can buy and sell Bitcoin. There's some serious regulatory challenges we're still looking to overcome.
Do you see those future regulatory challenges then as an opportunity or as a problem for the development of Bitcoin, given potential perceptions around volatility and potential theft, the use of the services by criminals, etc.? Do you see that regulation as an opportunity or a challenge?
It's absolutely a challenge, and I will say that every function of our lives is going digital. There's no putting this genie back in the bottle. Blockchain technology is already out, and it's a safer, more efficient means of digital commerce. But the problem is that regulation, if we don't get public policy right, is going to make it a very long, slow, painful process. And I think the next 12 to 15 months here in the U.S. are going to be extremely crucial for the adoption of Bitcoin. I think adoption of Bitcoin is absolutely inevitable. The only way you can stop it is by turning off the internet or turning off the global power supply. There's no getting rid of it. But it can be an extremely painful process if there's an extreme amount of friction during the regulatory process, which is beginning to form now.
Could you give us an idea in terms of your the Chamber of Digital Commerce, how many an update on how many businesses are using, for example, through BitPay or other, are using Bitcoin, and what sort of daily transactions we're now seeing on the network?
The industry is growing so extremely fast, and the last time that I looked at these numbers, it was, it's been a couple weeks, so they might be out of date even at this point. But the last time I checked, there were over 100,000 merchants who are accepting Bitcoin for payment. And those are just the ones that we know about. Any company can start a Bitcoin wallet and be accepting Bitcoin within 5 minutes. And not everything is reported. But I think what's important to know is that these numbers are growing exponentially. Another important number and statistic to look at is the amount of venture capital money that's going into this space. And just in this year alone, close to $300 million of VC money has gone into Bitcoin-related companies. that far outweighs what we saw go into the internet during the earliest booms of the internet. And this is a very important measure for where innovation is going and where we're going to see future growth.
Have you got any sense whether that liquidity is getting more transaction based or whether it's investment based?
I still think we're in extremely early days of Bitcoin. If Bitcoin was a city, we're just laying the pavement of the road. We don't have lines on the road yet. There's very, very few cars operating on this road. We probably don't have lights yet. There's a lot of infrastructure that needs to be built in order for the end user to be able to, to drive mainstream adoption and for it to be end user friendly. And we're still, quite a ways away from that. I think we're making extreme progress. The industry has grown, to unrecognizable amounts just in the time that I've been involved in this space, which has been about 2 years. So again, I don't think you can put it back, put the genie back in the bottle. I definitely think this is a better way of commerce, and it's going to, create jobs and allow for further innovation and growth and capital flows. And that's something we don't want to put at risk. But it is taking time to lay the groundwork, and it's important that we do that deliberately. I do believe there is a role for government to provide, the guardrails to make sure that we have safe and stable markets. But I mean, we're making extreme progress. That's extremely impressive.
Okay. Can I ask one more question?
Yeah, jump in.
We're obviously going to we are looking at the Australian regulatory situation, but do you see there's issues here that go across borders, and does there need to be coordination among regulatory authorities in major developed countries to set some kind of global standard for regulation? Would that be of use?
I think that's a great point that you bring up, and I think it's very important that the G20 countries set the tone and the standards, just like we have done for the current financial system, so we can build a platform that is safe, secure, and that is going to foster an environment for trade and growth. Bitcoin is a global phenomenon. It sees no bounds, and it's important that the G20 countries work together to foster a playing field that sets a tone that fosters international trade.
Okay, thanks, Jim.
Ms. Warrington, to accept your broad premise, which was that there's an inevitability to digital currency, and certainly Bitcoin as probably the most effective and likely digital currency, if there is going to be digital currency. It's kind of, you can have to accept that premise, which some of us do. Can you explain what you see then as the kind of first mover opportunities and advantages for a country like Australia, and perhaps also what the first mover risks are, which is what we're trying to assess? I mean, there's an inevitability that it's going to happen anyway. There becomes an argument that says, well, would it be in our interest to be out in front on this, or should we wait to see where America and other places go first?
I think it depends on what you mean by get out ahead of this. It depends on what specifically that means. Are you looking at putting forward regulations?
Well, I'd be saying that if we were the perhaps one of the first of the kind of G20 OECD kind of nations to turn around and say, right, we're going to have in place a regulatory framework that not only turning around and saying we're going to let Bitcoin fit into the framework that it kind of exists by rulings and whatnot, which looks to be the path the UK is going, but say we're actively going to try and create a framework that fits within the fact that this is somewhat different and somewhat unique to be able to foster business and opportunity here in Australia. I guess my take would want to be, I mean, there'll be two sets of arguments. There'll be those who say, yes, we should come out, and the Bitcoin community in Australia will obviously make the case and say that we should come out and we should lead on this, and we should be providing the best framework and set the kind of the world standard in terms of the framework that can be applied. And there'll be others, perhaps in the regulatory front, who will say, hang on. Well, the Americans do this stuff very well. Other Western European nations are quite good in this space. Why not let them move first, and then we can kind of follow behind?
I think blockchain technology is still very, very nascent, and striking a balance between a pro-growth regulatory framework that does not hinder innovation is extremely tricky. And there is a role for government, and there has been states within the United States that have come out and they wanted to be the first mover on this, but they risked over-regulation. And there have been some unintended consequences of that. For example, there were two of the most well-funded companies in this space came forward and rejected this regulation and said they will not do business or will not serve customers in those jurisdictions because they got it wrong. I think it's really difficult to put forward a regulatory framework this early, and I think the U.S. Made some very great moves in the beginning stages of the internet by providing by allowing the internet technology to grow and flourish before we just started putting comprehensive regulation out there. I think if you want to invite this technology into your jurisdiction, the best way to do that is to provide regulatory clarity in existing laws. If you have any especially within money transmission laws that can hinder these new systems to come in and flourish, I would go through and clarify which types of financial laws apply to these technology companies and which ones don't. And again, even that can be very tricky to do, but I think it has to be an extremely thoughtful process. Because it's such a new technology that very few people understand it. I don't think anybody even knows where it's going to go because it has such a huge growth potential, and you don't want to put at risk the innovation, jobs, and capital flows that can come from that.
So could I pull you up on something you just said about new technologies? When we look at standard currencies that are national currencies, I'm interested in competition for Bitcoin in terms of other online currencies and what impact you think that might have on the future of Bitcoin. I mean, obviously, we have a limited money supply from individual countries, but what's to say that a number of competitors aren't going to come into the Bitcoin space and devalue the currency? I understand there are a number of other types of Bitcoin already in the market. Is that an issue?
We have what's called altcoins, and there's several hundred of those. Bitcoin does take a first mover advantage over, those are other cryptocurrencies. I hate using the word crypto, but I mean, that's what these altcoins are. But there's also non-cryptocurrencies, digital currencies that are out there that have been around for several decades. But Bitcoin made a revolutionary leap in digital currency technology because it's a currency, but it's also a payment system. So it offers different types of technology than what other digital currencies do. And then among the altcoins, Bitcoin has a huge first mover advantage. Over 95% of the market share of these cryptocurrencies are Bitcoin. I mean, I guess any coin could eventually be the winner in the long run, but I'll take a quote from Gavin Andresen, who is the core developer at the Bitcoin Foundation, and he says that, in the earliest days of the internet, people would call the internet a decentralized node of communication. And today, it's funny to even think of the internet like that because people didn't know if the internet was going to be that new means of communication that won all. So I do think that it's possible other digital currencies could become the front runner, but I mean right now it seems that everything is going into Bitcoin. But the rules and regulations that affect Bitcoin affect all digital currencies, whether they're crypto or non-crypto. So it's important that we get the regulation and the public policy right because it can affect all these types of technology. It also will affect the existing financial system, the existing payment processors, and money transmitters.
Okay, well, look, I know I'm very conscious of time and that we're actually running a little bit behind, so with the consent of the committee, we may pause it there, but Ms. Roaring, I understand you are going to be participating in the panel discussion a little bit later, or is that something you're available to participate in?
Yes, sure. Just one more quick comment because it is important. When it comes to Bitcoin competing with national currencies like the U.S. dollar, I think that's a foolish argument to make, and I don't think anybody with credibility here, especially that we're working with in the U.S., is making that type of argument. Nobody's trying to overthrow the government's financial system. This is just about innovation and technology and strengthening the existing payment system. Nobody's trying to replace government-issued currencies.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms.
Right, you're welcome.
I now welcome Mr. Ron Tucker from the Australian Digital Currency Commerce Association.
Thank you very much.
Penny. Okay, thanks. Okay, sorry, Mr. Tucker. For the Hansard record, could you state your name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name is Ronald Tucker. I'm the chairman of the Australian Digital Currency Commerce Association. I'm also the appointed delegate of one of its members, BitTrade Australia, which is the country's longest running Bitcoin exchange, fixed Bitcoin exchange.
When you say longest running, how long is that?
18 months.
Okay.
About 100 years in Bitcoin years.
Mr. Tucker, before I do invite you to make some opening remarks. I do want to acknowledge the fact that a lot of these proceedings that are underway have actually come from the initiative that yourself and the Australian Digital Currency Commerce Association has taken to try and kind of front foot and to engage in the political process. And I commend you on that. And in doing so, I know I've got a few questions, but I wanted to see if you, and I'm sure the other senators do as well, but I just wanted to see if you had any opening remarks you want to make.
Sure. Well, in turn, I'd like to thank the committee as well for allowing Australia the opportunity to step forward and these emerging businesses to bring this issue out into the open. It's something that does need to be discussed. There are a lot of questions that need to be answered. And there are a lot of challenges with it. It's big. It's very, very big. It's internet big. We know what the internet did to communication 20, 25 years ago with email. We know what the internet did to publishing and to music and film, etc. It's now caught up to the likes of
Take a seat. We've been joined by Senator Heffernan, who's certainly going to make the remaining proceedings very interesting. Great. Just your luck, Ron.
Well, look.
Just make an opening statement.
Absolutely. The Australian Digital Currency Commerce Association was founded in April of this year to act as a unified voice for the Australian businesses operating in this sector. What prompted this move was the proposed ruling by the Australian Tax Office to tax Bitcoin like a commodity, a move that we thought, and was the general consensus of most stakeholders invited in that room that day, barring the ATO's representatives, that it did not make sense. We felt that it wasn't applicable, and that it could result in driving this digital currency businesses that were emerging in this sector offshore and potentially underground. So that was a domino that we had tried to prevent from falling one way. It did go that way, and again, we thank you for giving us the chance to address this now. Now, fortunately, the ATO was the only area where the domino has fallen that way. Through the efforts, I believe, of ADCA and the Bitcoin community, of meeting with politicians and meeting with regulators and briefing them, a bit of a Bitcoin 101 over the last several months, the response from departments and regulators has been such that they have taken a bit more of a let's wait and see and stand back and let's be more informed, which has been very beneficial. I think the blessing in disguise there has been that in that sense we haven't ended up with a lot of confusion and a lot of messes. We've heard, unfortunately, from our friends in the U.S. where they have 53 money regulators and 10 departments have already, and regulators have made decisions that have caused quite a bit of confusion. We have a pretty clear landscape here. And in fact, though the tax ruling has essentially sent Bitcoin businesses offshore already and some Australian Bitcoin businesses to close down completely, it's also invited the interest of other international digital currency businesses to pay attention to Australia Australia as a potential place to do business, not unlike perhaps Hong Kong is as a tax haven, or Ireland, where we see the tech giants like Facebook and Google, et cetera, operate out of. We're already being identified early on as a potential place to bring this emerging digital currency business. Since the founding of ADCA, we've made great strides in raising awareness amongst government regulators and legislators on the issues we face as an industry. We've met with numerous politicians and heads of government departments and agencies, as well as some of our counterparts abroad, and even delegates and representatives from the G20. We've also held the world's first digital currency summit, which took place in Brisbane during the G20. We are already planning a follow-up conference in San Francisco next year to be called the Digital Currency San Francisco Summit. This is where we're proposing the formation of an international association called the GDCC, the Global Digital Currency Congress, where we're speaking with our counterparts abroad through all key stakeholder representatives. So that's the finance sector, through the tech sector, and through governments. There's a great deal of interest in this, and this is aiming to take place the end of August of 2015. With the formation of the GDCC, we're hoping to establish this formal body in time for the next G20 in Istanbul, Turkey. Despite the newness of Bitcoin and other digital currencies, my business was only founded in April of 2013, 18 months ago. And as one of the oldest in the country, we're already seeing it affect finance and technology in Australia. We've seen what the internet has done to mail, music, film, and retail, and it's now happening to money. It's happening a lot quicker, too. With such change, however, comes risk. Risk that we put in place a regulatory regime which stifles innovation and growth. We've heard from a recent speech of the CIO of the RBA, Sarv Gurn. He highlighted in his speech that yes, there are considerations, there are risks, there are questions that need to be answered around digital currency. We do need to get the right framework in place, but the greatest risk of all is by not acting quickly enough early on and being left behind. And we've seen this. We can easily look at other examples that have been affected by digital disruption over the last 15 years. If you have a look at the likes of Kodak, for example, the biggest film company in the world, they failed to capitalize on the emergence of digital camera technology, or really mobile phone technology. A company called Nokia, 1998, 2000, started putting cameras into their mobile phones, and it quickly became the biggest camera provider in the world. Now, what happened to Nokia? We've seen the Apple iPhone come along and usurp it. And again, I think my point is it's so important early on to be aware of this and to react with some level of agility and to build that in early on, to have these conversations and be prepared to make some front-footed steps now today. I say this not just out of self-interest, of course, but also because I believe Australia is better placed than any other country in the world to take advantage of this technology and the opportunities that are in front of us. Australia already has a world-leading financial services framework. Our banks punch well above their weight globally. Compared to places like the US, the regulatory measures needed here are relatively simple to implement. We don't have 53 money regulators. We have just a handful to deal with. ADCA is proposing a self-regulatory model whereby Bitcoin-centric businesses would submit to a code of conduct if they join our organization. I'm happy to elaborate on this conduct requirements further during questioning, but they are benchmarked off of best practice financial services frameworks and organizations that are already in place and proven. ADCA's will is to do most of the work to ensure we have a safe and dependable digital currency industry. However, we do need some small legislative changes to ensure that we get the best outcome. The first, as Andrew Summer has detailed, is a change in the Tax Act to Bitcoin to tax it in a way which encourages its greatest area of commercial potential, that of being a medium of exchange. The second is to bring our sector within the financial reporting tent so we can fully comply with regulations related to AUSTRAC and the Attorney General's Department. One thing we can do at the moment is have access to the document verification system. With these simple and agile measures, I'm confident Australia can become a regional, if not global, leader in the digital currency commerce space. Welcome any questions.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, sorry, just to say, now we are running at the moment. It is 11:15, and we do want to get the panel discussion underway right on 11:30. So we'll only have a few minutes for questions with you, if that's okay, and
Please.
then give you more opportunity during the panel discussion, because I know we're calling some people internationally for that, and we don't want to delay them. And we will have to be stopping at from 11:20 till 11:30 quite firmly. But prior to that, I want to get Mr.
What's your designation?
Sure. I'm the chairman of the Australian Digital Currency Commerce Association. We represent the interests of the emerging DC businesses here in Australia.
And you're out of the United States or somewhere, are you?
Canada originally.
Canada, yeah, right.
Yeah.
So you're blood brother.
But done my time in the US as well.
Last year, according to the World Bank, there was about $1 trillion involved in bribes. The cost of corruption was 5% of GDP, $5 trillion or thereabouts. The shadow banking market was 1.25 times global GDP, which is 125 trillion. The derivative turnover was 700 trillion. And the amount of money involved in tax avoidance was about 3 trillion. And I say that if we can't fix this, we're going to redefine sovereignty. Yep. Is what you're talking about the redefinition of sovereignty?
What we're talking about is the potential for this technology to be able to eliminate fraud and tax avoidance. It is, by its very nature, built into the thing. And if we act quickly now, we'll be able to save ourselves trillions, as well as make ourselves just as much in the future.
You'd be aware Canada's got the world's safest banking system, and the US is technically insolvent. But could you explain to me how this doesn't actually make the global community borderless, because it's a borderless currency?
It is. It's the world's first truly global currency. And
so, you know...
You're proposing you want to be defined under the Tax Act, so therefore, by definition, transactions that occur with digital currencies or bitcoins will be liable to pay income tax or whatever.
Absolutely, unlike some of these people to which...
If you could define where the tax was due.
Yes.
But how do you do that? How do you find the home?
Well, that's a good question. Do you see there...
Sure, absolutely.
It's a specific taxation question. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine by me. Sure.
It's the new band of spruiking, so we've just got to get your head around the spruiking.
So do you want to explain the international tax implications? Because we are actually this whole discussion about taxation internationally and how it all fits in.
Yes, so Bitcoin fits in within the existing frameworks of residence and source for the basis of the allocation of taxation on income for the purposes of GST and VAT. It falls within the place at which consumption occurs, so it falls within the existing taxation.
Yeah, but at what value, you see? I mean, I've been critical of the free trade agreement with China because they actually won't put the currency on the market. I mean, how do you determine in currency terms the value of Bitcoin if it's sort of shadow banking?
Well, for the purpose...
I mean, what's the debt worth? I mean, in China, where there's no market attachment to the currency, and to the US, which is technically insolvent, it's borrowed $5 trillion from its own pension fund. I mean, how do you put a value on to determine the tax value of the debt? It's because yours is just this market-driven, that's like China trying to argue no one in the world should have a market currency.
Isn't it very different from China, though? Because China has a fixed currency regime, whereas...
Yeah,
just to clarify for the witness, I think you're questioning, whereas the digital currencies, and certainly Bitcoin, which we've spoken about most this morning, is market-traded. There is a market value, and it's that market value that the ATO would use, wouldn't they, to determine CGT events and any other taxation liabilities. Is that right?
Yes, so it would be that market value at the time of the relevant transaction. In relation to the valuation of loan books, and I suppose that's something I hadn't really focused on, but from a transactional basis, there's a point at which the transaction occurs. That transaction, for Australian taxation purposes, needs to be converted into a
that the more credence this gets, the more likely we are to have a redefinition of sovereignty for the purposes of revenue leakage, because this can vary from one waking morning to the next in terms of market value, depending on what's out there in the market. And that, in turn, will absolutely, without any sort of appreciation of sovereignty, alter your tax bill if it's in Bitcoin.
Senator, I take your point.
Don't respond too quickly, because I've got my head through it. You need to get yours through it.
Sure.
He's pretty smart, Senator. Sure he is clever.
My suggestion would just be that a big part of this conversation today is about who's doing the defining. So if sovereignty is going to be redefined, what we're pushing for here today is to ensure that Australia has its hands on the reins, as it is well equipped to be able to do.
Yeah. I'm only a visitor.
But if we take a step back,
Process.
if we take a step back,
There
look,
are other
obviously
words
this
to
is
describe it.
very much an international issue, and it's only going to become more of one, but we still have to start here domestically with what's in front of us.
Can you make a comparison? Can you do us a little quick tutorial on the derivative swap market, derivatives?
No.
The 700 trillion of turnover?
Chairs, can I just say?
No, but I mean...
It's a very good...
If you need to be able to link, you probably can't either. You need to be able to link this to that problem.
Yes, and I can provide you with those answers, but it won't come directly from me. It will come from the community of which I represent, which is why the Q&A panel session that's coming up is going to be answering these questions.
Can we do the Q&A? We'll do the, okay.
Not just domestically.
Well,
but
why don't on that note, because we did promise the staff in here a quick break. I think there's a full Q&A panel at 11:30, which is going to have, I think there's 8 or 9 people going to be participating in that, which will be able to kind of address some of the broader issues. And I'd love if Senator Heffernan's able to stay around.
You can come back.
Can I just ask one question of ADCA then, just quickly? What percentage of the industry do you think you represent at the moment? I mean, I know that would be a difficult calculation to make.
It is
but
difficult. That's a question we're actually looking into now. What I can tell you is there are 4 founding members, and we probably have about 6 EOIs on the book. We weren't prepared to open up membership and start ingesting members until we had a solid constitution worked out and some of these conversations had finished to be had.
And that hasn't happened yet? You haven't got
No.
you haven't... Okay.
Yes, that's due to open up January.
Okay.
And might I say that the taxation, the global agreement on taxation hasn't caught up to this.
Yeah, I agree with it. So,
I mean, that's the big issue,
that
the
needs,
redefinition of
absolutely.
sovereignty.
Okay, well, it being 11:20, we're going to break for 10 minutes and come back at 11:30 with the panel discussion, which I may note is able to be tweeted live. Thank you. Note that this is our that we will be continuing on, and then we will have to stop firmly at 12:30 because some of us don't have pairs in the Senate beyond that. I welcome back these morning's witnesses, and I invite some new witnesses. This session will be a panel discussion. Mr. Pesce, Mr. Summer, Mr. Guzwowski, and Mr. Tucker have already been and participated, as we've also had Ms. Boring from the US. Now we also have 3 other people.
So how is everything?
Who are also participating via teleconference. So is that Mr. Cullen? Are you there?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Cullen, you were here this morning, weren't you?
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, good. No, just checking to say Mr. Cullen. And now we also have Mr. Zhu and Mr. Shapiro. Are you both on?
I'm here. Yeah, I'm right here. This is Kevin. Yeah.
So was that Mr. Shapiro? Yep, we'll do that. And is that Mr. Zhu? Are you on? Or Zhao?
Yeah, Mr. Zhou. I'm Kevin. You can just
Kevin. Okay. Yeah, Kevin, are you on? Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
I am.
Fantastic.
Here.
Okay, we might just begin with everyone who's firstly those on the table, and then those on the phone, just for the official Hansard record to again state their name and capacity in which they're participating in this discussion. Well, we'll start with the table.
My name is Christopher Guzowski. I'm CEO and founder of ABA Technology, which operates Bitcoin ATMs around Australia and is developing software applications for consumers and merchants to be able to use Bitcoin easier.
Witness give their corporate entity and their ABN attached to the corporate entity, perhaps on notice if we need to.
Yeah, look, we can do all that on notice. I think that's an unfair request to do it this time. Mr. Pesce?
My name is Mark Pesce, and I'm representing myself privately.
So in what capacity, what do you do? Are you a banker, a drug runner, what are you?
Ooh, I'm neither. Entrepreneur, inventor, technology analyst for 30 years.
So what's your background? I mean, we need to know who you are, where you come from, and
my background in the sense of technology.
Where do you live for a start?
Sydney, for starters. I'm an Australian citizen.
So can we have some sort of identification?
Would you like a bit of?
He's a futurist, Mr. Senator.
Yeah, no, but I mean, I like to have written who you are. You could say you're Joe Bloggs from the moon, and we would know any different. So have you got some way of proving your background by way of a CV or something?
Yes, or you could probably look me up on Wikipedia.
No, if you could.
Yeah, why don't we table? We actually have a bios of everyone who's participating today. We already have those bios available, and I will happily provide it to you, Senator Heffernan. Mr. Tucker.
My name is Ron Tucker. I'm the chairman of the Australian Digital Currency Commerce Association. We're the peak industry body that's representing the interests of these emerging Bitcoin businesses, as well as all cross-industry stakeholders. Additionally, I'm the delegated representative of one of its members, BitTrade Australia, a fixed Bitcoin exchange, and our ABN is 42163237634.
No, that's necessary. So are you here representing the representative body or Bitcoin?
I'm the representative of ADCA. I'm here in that form. However, as a matter of transparency for the record, I do want to indicate that I'm with BitTrade Australia.
So the ABN attaches to which one of those?
BitTrade Australia, I can also provide you with.
So you're also the boss of the representative body?
That's right.
Could you provide us with the details of that too?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's right. Take that on notice. Take that on notice.
Absolutely.
No, I don't want to get in the way of the discussion. Mr. Summer.
Andrew Sommer. I'm a taxation partner with law firm Clayton Utz.
Okay. Ms. Boring?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, did you want to just quickly, just for the transcript record, just restate your title and role?
Yes, my name is Terry Ann Boring, and I am the president and the founder of the Chamber of Digital Commerce.
Based in Washington, D.C.?
Yes, sir.
Fantastic, thank you. Mr. Cullen?
Yes, I am Lucas Cullen. I am from Bitcoin Brisbane. I am the director, where we specialise in writing software around the Bitcoin space. Also studying a Bachelor of Mathematics at QUT in Brisbane.
And whose payroll are you on?
I am on Bitcoin Brisbane's payroll.
Mr. Zhao, Kevin?
So you can provide us with Bitcoin Brisbane's ASIC
Mr. Heffernan, we can get all of this on notice. I'll get all of this for you on notice. Mr. Zhao?
Kevin, are you there?
So
Yeah, this is Kevin. So I'm the economist and head of trading operations at Buttercoin, Palo Alto-based Bitcoin startup, where we help users buy and sell Bitcoin through our online marketplace.
And where's Buttercoin based out of? Are you Australian based or are you US based?
We're in Palo Alto, California, over in the States.
And where are you now?
I'm currently in the States. I'm actually on the phone,
right.
and I can't actually see what's going on over there, but I'm listening in.
And just for the committee to be aware, we're having some technical difficulties with getting a hold of Mr. Shapiro. He keeps cutting out before.
I'm now here right now.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, great. Thank you, Mr. Shapiro. And do you want to state your name and title as well?
Yes, I'm a director of Promontory Financial Group, and despite my accent, I'm based out of San Francisco, and we're a regulatory risk management and compliance consultancy, and I lead our work on digital currencies as well as emerging payments more generally.
So could we also, through you, Mr. John, no, don't frown too much. For the purposes of this committee, could we have your tax identity and your IRS information of the US, from the US?
Well, look, we can take all this stuff, but we'll take...
Well, I mean, it's got to be put on notice. I would like to put them on notice.
We'll take
to provide your background. Can I just say, Mr. Chairman, there's a purpose. There's a purpose. The largest inland revenue taxation case last year in the US was with an Australian company of tax avoidance.
Okay, so what we'd like to do at the moment, and this is a little bit new for things that we've tried to do before, and I note there's a fair bit of online activity at the moment with people tweeting about this as we go. I just wanted to try and have as much as we can, a free-flowing discussion, which will mean people have the opportunity to jump in, ask questions, participate, have their say, and if other people, if the panel and those on the phone, I know it's a little harder for those on the phone, want to actually have an opinion or something to add, to jump in. So look, I may get started with the very, very kind of fundamental, basic question, which is, to what extent has and what Mr. Summer kind of touched on, which seems to be the catalyst issue, the taxation issue, in the Australian context and how the ATO's decided to deal with this matter, to what extent has that had an impact on the potential growth of the industry? I want to start with you, Mr. Tucker.
Certainly. Well, look, we have seen the closure of some Australian Bitcoin businesses. I believe Living Room of Satoshi is one of the first ones to go down. We've seen other businesses move or plan to move offshore, bringing potential tax revenues and other revenues away from Australia. The proposed tax guidance that has been taken up here in Australia is not in line with international trends. So that's one. I think number two, it also additionally sends a message that this is something to question and perhaps drives it more underground rather than out into the light where we could be perhaps reaping the rewards from this from a tax point of view.
Okay, Mr. Pesce?
I think that, the big problem here is that treating it as a commodity effectively makes it very difficult to treat it as a currency. You have to have one or the other. You can't have half the nations in the world deciding it's going to be a currency and the other half deciding it's going to be a commodity, because it just isn't going to work. It's going to jam everything up. So if you're using a digital currency, whether that's Bitcoin or something else, it's probably going to lead to an all-in scenario. All the parties have to treat it as one thing or the other.
But what happens, and I wouldn't mind getting Ms. Bowings and those from the US's perspective. It seems like there is a split across the world in how it's being dealt with, and those economies that have decided to treat it as a currency have created an opportunity for themselves in a business sense. And those that have chosen to treat it as a commodity, especially those that have things like sales taxes like we do here, effectively have driven that business kind of offshore. I just wouldn't mind speaking to our friends over in the US. How have the Americans have treated it as a currency or a commodity?
Well, I think the answer
to that is
is somewhat both, and so it depends which U.S. authority you're looking at. So the Commodities Futures and Trading Commission have indicated that they believe it's a commodity. The Internal Revenue Service have indicated they believe it's property, and FinCEN, the money laundering regulator that Perry Ann was talking about earlier, have indicated that it's money but not currency. The SEC have said they believe under the securities law it's currency. So there's a somewhat confused position here. I think perhaps another way of looking at it that might be helpful is that although this creates some confusion, the position of the taxation authorities here subjects it to capital gains tax as the main tax. And from an economic perspective, that seems to me to be a relatively logical outcome, that it clearly is. If someone was fortunate enough to buy Bitcoin when it was valued at only a few cents and now sells it, the capital gains tax seems to be an appropriate way to treat that for taxation purposes. It is, as many of the witnesses have said earlier, very hard to build a retail business if you have to put on a value-added tax on top, and it does seem to me, regardless of the treatment under the tax law, which I'm not an expert on, something that is predictably going to hinder growth. And I think that's why you see some countries like the UK, where they initially took that approach, having found a way to reverse it.
Mr. Shapiro, I just want to touch on that. And do you want to explain, you explained the American context, and obviously we've had a fair discussion this morning about the Australian context. Are you in a position to actually explain how the British context?
I can a little. I should probably explain that before I joined Promontory, I worked at the UK Financial Services Authority for about 8 years, and while I'm not as expert, I have kept up contacts there and infrequent contact with both the London office, my London office, and some of the companies in the UK space. So you're welcome to ask me questions, and I'll tell you if you're getting out of my knowledge base.
Well, I just wouldn't mind asking if you can just kind of give us a little bit of rundown. I mean, it sounds like, the Australians' context, they made it fairly clear that they made a decision that the tax regime in Australia isn't able to deal with this. The view of the Australian Tax Office is we're not passing judgment, but the framework we've been given doesn't allow us to treat this as currency, so we're treating it as a commodity. You're saying the American context seems to be a little bit more kind of complicated, where it's an agency by agency kind of approach, which seems it's a bit more muddled. A technical term. And
well,
then,
yes, it is somewhat more muddled, although, to be fair to the agencies, they're all interpreting different laws, and I'd probably much rather see agencies try to come to a common sense approach under the law that applies to them than worry about whether all the agencies have the same definition. And actually, I don't think that the US authorities have been doing a bad job on that. In the light of what these agencies look at, a lot of the definitions are quite sensible. In terms of the UK context, it's notable that obviously the UK is somewhat constrained by European Union legislation as well, and the European Banking Authority, the umbrella authority that covers payment services and e-money, did publish a paper in July that said that they do not believe that virtual currencies, as they called them, are subject to regulation at the moment. It actually called on the European Commission to make digital currency companies obliged entities for purposes of the EU anti-money laundering laws. What I do see in the UK is an approach where all the relevant authorities, the Treasury, the Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, the Prudential Regulatory Authority, Bank of England, and Financial Conduct Authority, have all taken sensible positions, trying to educate themselves, not trying to take precipitate action. And in the case of where they may have made a judgment that made little sense in terms of the development of the industry, such as the initial decision they reversed on VAT, they've, I think, done a very nice job of listening to the concerns and seeing what they can do. Of course, I make no comment on Australian law. It may be that UK authorities...
So to put all that into about 2 sentences, because it's a sort of a bureaucratic presentation, in the UK, and Bill Heffernan here, are you in no man's land? I mean, this sounds like a lawyer's feast. What you've just said in the last 5 minutes, could you just put that in 2 sentences, where you are?
Yeah, so in the UK, this is taxed as capital gains, and the regulators at the moment regulating it, although they're watching it closely. And part of that's driven by EU legislation. I do have some clients that think that's a great position. I also have some clients that think that being regulated is an important sign of legitimacy and would much rather be regulated in the EU than not.
Just pausing there.
It's a mixed bag in terms, depends on your perspective.
Just pausing there. Are you saying that it's really in no man's land at the moment?
If I may interject.
Yeah, it is. It is somewhat in no man's land. Some people think that's really good for the development of the industry. It gives it flexibility. Some people think that there needs to be a clearer long-term framework before you're going to see mass adoption.
And is the point, and I just want to ask Mr. Tucker, I mean, the point, I guess, what brings us here today is there is this kind of question, and it's a legitimate question, which is, okay, there are naturally going to be concerns, and there are concerns. There's concerns at a taxation level, in a money laundering level, in a crime kind of misconduct level, but also in terms of just a stability of banking kind of level, and there's questions and concerns. And the real, I guess, challenge is, and I wouldn't mind getting Mr. Tucker and Mr. Pechet's kind of opinion on this, the best way of addressing these concerns in the Australian context is to make sure we have an appropriate framework around it, so that these kind of concerns are being addressed. And it sounds like from what you're saying, Mr. Shapiro, is that around the world there remains to be a lack of kind of clarity or a one path forward, which is, I guess, the challenge for us is if that's the opportunity that we take or not take. But Mr. Tucker.
Could I just add to that too also, if that's the case, and it is in no man's land, we've heard the US version of it, won't the cluster just go to the most economically convenient headquarters? I mean, if it's taxable here, won't they just say, well, we'll just slip it in through wherever?
That's a very good question. I think that's also still being decided, and I guess one of the initiatives of ADCA is to ensure that the favourable place for that to be is ultimately Australia, because we're the ones who want to reap the benefits, the economic benefits that are
with
due
great
to come.
Respect, with great respect. The $3 trillion of tax avoidance last year, mainly in the derivatives and transfer pricing market, Australia is a victim of it, but we can't solve it. Australia can have a position on this, which won't be, it could be to Australia's own detriment if it's not a unilateral thing. It's got to be an international agreement. You guys should go away and come back when you've got a compliant, global compliance on, is it a commodity, is it a coin, is it, finance? So how do you determine the value? When you've done that, come back and see us.
Senator Heffernan, to the best of my knowledge, the New York State regulator is taking the lead on this and is currently drafting something known as the BIT license, which you can actually review in its interim format now. That is going to be the first piece of legislation, because most of the banks are headquartered in New York, that will set the tone for what global regulation either should be if they do it correctly, or what it shouldn't be for if it's done poorly. Now, they're taking a lot of advice during this process. It's going to be a few more months before it's done. But that BIT license is probably going to be the very first flag on that mountain that will help us sort of guide
So will
the
this
whole...
determine whether it's a currency or a commodity?
It will determine how the financial institutions regulated by the state of New York, and they're done on a state-by-state basis in America, will work with digital currencies. That will then set the tone for at least the rest of the United States and then probably internationally. But
Senator Canavan?
How many, would there be any major business in the world that uses bitcoins or digital currencies for?
Yes.
So
we've got Dell Computers, Expedia.com, eBay, PayPal, Facebook, they're all making moves. IBM has just announced their...
So, but how much, hang on.
Fantastic tax avoiders, all of those.
Hang on a second. So are they using bitcoins for the majority of their transactions?
No, it's a small number.
They're offering people to pay in bitcoins?
This is correct, yes.
Do you have any idea what percentage of their revenue would be in
no,
bitcoin?
not at this time.
Presumably it would be very small at this
It would
stage.
be very small at this stage.
Overstock.com released that they were facilitating enough revenue for it to have contributed to a number of cents per share in earnings. So the Overstock, which is a large online retailer in the US, has clearly identified how much volume there is, and they are making significant profit to shareholders from revenue generated through Bitcoin payments.
Can I just go to something you can touch and feel, Mr. Chairman? If those companies who are well-established multinationals, very successful and are very good tax avoiders without breaking the law, don't they need to decide whether they're trading in terms you can touch and feel? You can have in-kind trading, which is a bag of wheat for a bag of oats or a bag of corn, as a commodity. Are they determined to trade as a currency or a commodity, and is it in-kind the value? How do they determine the commodity value other than the rush of the market? And that's all about how many spruikers you've got in the market.
Right.
Are they going to trade, Google or whoever it is, are they trading a commodity? In other words, I owe you $10 and here's $10 worth of wheat?
They're accepting Bitcoin as a currency.
They're accepting it as a currency.
That's correct.
And so if they go to a regime where they're trading into where it's accepted as a commodity, how does one link with the other?
Yeah,
have your mob not thought of a... Who are you?
I'm from Clayton Utes, Senator.
Clayton Utes thought about that?
The ascertainment...
So I think there's a contribution, there's a contribution on the phone. We might take that first.
Okay, so if if we just take a step back and, let's pretend we're back in, let's say, 1999, just when the internet is just first coming out. And, a lot of the different regulatory bodies are trying to figure out how to classify it. What exactly is the internet? Is it, more similar to a telephone, or is it more similar to software, or is it more similar to electricity utilities? I think the internet itself, when it came about, was so unique in its own right that it became very hard to classify other than, as itself. And I think, Bitcoin really has a lot of these, similar properties. In some ways, it's like a commodity. In some ways, it's like a currency. And, even in some ways, if you really think about it, physically what it actually is a configuration of bits on your hard disk. So really, it's, it really is just data, and it's really just information, at its, most basic and physical level. So I think, ultimately in how to classify the internet, I think they decided that it was the most similar to telecommunications, but, maybe still a little bit different. And I think with Bitcoin, the best way to classify it, if you had to put it into one of these categories that we currently do understand, you have to look at how people actually use it. And I think the vast majority of people use it a lot more like currency than as anything else. So based on how people actually use it, I would say that Bitcoin is a currency. And, that's my opinion. But obviously here in the States, different regulatory bodies have different thoughts.
But wouldn't the revenue body of the United States Treasury have to have had a decision on how to treat the trade that you're talking is going on now for tax purposes?
We did have a discussion on that earlier, Senator Heffernan. I think if there is a US representative still on the line, is that right?
Yeah, Ms.
Now, my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Boring, was that you said earlier that the IRS has defined digital currencies as property. at this stage for tax purposes.
As
property. So they are treated like the barter situation you mentioned before.
But you see, we've just been told that they're treating it as a currency.
No.
One doesn't fit with the other.
No. That's how an individual company would like to treat it.
You've come in quite late in the
for
discussion.
taxation
We've had quite
purposes
extensive covering.
in the United States.
We spent about 4 hours covering all
as it
this.
is here in Australia at this stage.
So I was going to put a pause.
I think that the IRS is deeming it as more of a commodity, but FINRA and FinCEN, the regulatory bodies responsible for money transmission, they actually favor it more as a currency. They don't call it a currency, but they want to treat it more like a currency than a commodity. And I think really there's a bit of a conflict of interest here. Because with the different regulatory bodies, able to regulate it, sort of has some, has a little bit more sway in how things play out. And I think the different bodies are sort of vying for sort of control over this nascent space as Bitcoin is growing. The IRS obviously wants to make it a commodity because it makes it much more easily taxable. If you treat it like a currency, the IRS has no hold on taxing Bitcoin. So, for them, it makes a lot of sense to classify it like a commodity, and it makes sense for, FINRA and FinCEN to
and I want to bring the
more like a currency.
It's Senator Dastyari here. I just want to bring the discussion back to I guess, the premise of why we're here. Let's just get some things on the table that we've already covered so that we don't cover them again. Firstly, we had Ms. Baring and others give us evidence this morning that there is a inevitability about where we're heading towards with digital currency. That was the evidence of Mr. Pesce and Ms. Boring from the US, that there is an inevitability of where we are heading in terms of digital currency because the nature of the internet, the nature of movement of money. Secondly, we've been given a fair bit of evidence that the likely Bitcoin is probably the leading likely candidate to be the expression of that, and the fact that there's $6 billion worth of trade kind of has meant that it's probably past the threshold that others hadn't yet, that if there is going to be a digital currency to emerge, it is quite likely that it's going to be Bitcoin. I don't think we need to cover that ground again. And thirdly, that while we have a debate, and I don't want to kind of get sidetracked in the debate about international tax avoidance and I think, but the point being that where we're at the moment, the question here is, how is the best way for us as Australia, in the Australian context, to set Australian laws and regulation to allow us to maximise the potential opportunities that Bitcoin presents as a future industry and a future business, and at the same time not expose ourselves in the regulatory sense to potential downfalls from a government level or place controls that actually stifle the growth of the industry here. And to bring it back to that discussion, I just wouldn't mind getting back to I guess, to first principles and kind of bringing the discussion back to that and saying, where is the potential? And Mr. Gurski, I cut you off earlier when you were making a kind of presentation. Talk about the innovation and that opportunities in the Australian context if there is a framework here that allows the businesses to grow.
And add to that, how can you do that if you haven't got global harmonisation?
Yeah. But we're not going to solve the harmonisation issue here.
Which is, if you don't, Mr. Chairman, you'll end up like Peter Costello having to explain why the Future Fund's got 14 companies in tax havens because there isn't global harmonisation because
I believe the world will be following our Senate inquiry and whatever we decide will become the global standard.
And I will bet 99.5% of the people following this wouldn't understand, couldn't give a derivative swap tutorial.
Mr. Gazowski.
So Bitcoin is a software protocol and it's open source, therefore available to anybody who is inclined and technically knowledgeable to write code and facilitate applications utilizing the Bitcoin protocol and allowing this transfer of digital property across the internet from one user to another. And that has a huge host of applications, a lot of which we haven't identified yet. Just as the internet 20 years ago was an unknown quantity. And 20 years ago, Australia, Telstra, the government-owned telco, started as a business facilitating Australian consumers to start purchasing modems and connecting to this World Wide Web. Don't quote me on the year that happened because I was only born in '84. However, I do remember as a teenager being able to connect through a dial-up modem to the internet and access this World Wide Web of information. all of a sudden we have this technology which is very similar. Similar from the susceptibility to the network effect. The network effect being the more users there are of this technology, the more useful it becomes to other users. So the more merchants accept Bitcoin, the more consumers are likely to use it. The more consumers use it, the more merchants will want to accept it. Then the more miners facilitate in the reconciliation process, the more secure it becomes. And then the fourth layer of this four-sided network effect is the application developers who are creating applications, programs which make this technology more useful. This is a financial technology, and therefore it is a little bit more sensitive than others. And that's why we are having this discussion today before the real takeoff of this technology, because it is potentially sensitive. And we want to get the rules right before it gets out of our control, where our rules will be a slap.
Correct.
On this
and we want to learn from the earlier technology, where you said, you know, online buying, there was no global harmonisation. You know, Google, etc., getting away with, you know, no tax. I mean, our retailers have been smashed, and we don't have GST on online sales, and it's almost vertical, the equation on the build-up in the market. I mean, correct. We've got to get this harmonised before we start to play the game.
That's right. But on the flip side of that coin, Australian retailers are now very aggressively attacking offshore markets. I mean, we have great online stores, whether it's Kogan.
You're just pausing there. My point was, if you want to have public schools and public hospitals, it's got nothing to do with the profits of the retailer, a lot of whom, I mean, Sydney Airport used to have its headquarters in a tax haven until 14 months ago. It's the common good as much as important as the commercial good. We want to have public schools and public hospitals, even though Senator David Leyonhjelm doesn't. I do.
Okay, let's. I think we are going back to what I was hoping to avoid, which is kind of venturing into a discussion. Now we're discussing schools, hospitals, and Bitcoin. Senator.
Well, I just want to ask Mr. Somers' view on these issues. Sorry, Chair, to return to them, but I suppose I certainly do share Senator Heffernan, I've spoken to him before about the issues involving international tax avoidance. I just suppose that presumably all of that has happened in a non-Bitcoin world, basically. Is that your view, Mr. Somers?
Yes, absolutely. And in terms of if you look at the European Union's approach to this issue, they have the one framework for the operation of their VATs, and yet there are different answers within the European Union as to the appropriate taxation of Bitcoin and its characterisation. So I think in terms of harmonisation across the world, it's too difficult a process to adopt as to whether this should be taxed as a commodity or it should be taxed as a currency. The important thing for Australia to do is to ensure that the design of our tax system, both from an income tax and a GST perspective, gives us an appropriate share of the tax base, but also is appropriate for what it is those things are supposed to be taxing. So the income tax can tax income derived, same principles as ever before, unless we'd want to change those bases of source and residency from an income tax perspective. From a GST perspective, a far better tax from ensuring that Australia gets its share of the tax base based on consumption in Australia, irrespective of how you pay for it. That's the way that the tax system operates outside of Bitcoin and with Bitcoin. All I'm concerned about, particularly in relation to where we are with Bitcoin at the moment, is by taxing it as a commodity, we are not taxing it in the way that it operates, and it's inconsistent with the functional aspects of Bitcoin effectively as a means of exchange and a store of value.
In effect, it's sorry, Senator. In effect, then, I mean, to the extent that Bitcoin or digital currencies could pose a threat to other financial institutions or their business models, the current tax laws protect banks and other financial institutions. Then would that be the right way to put it? I mean, say, for example, something like Western Union, which make a substantial amount of money on international transfers, that if you've got this double taxation environment here in Australia, on as you described earlier, on bitcoins, that protects Western Union's business model.
Yes,
is
so
right?
it protects those industry players that are dealing in, existing fiat currencies as opposed to virtual currencies or digital currencies.
Right. Can I go? I don't know. I joined the roundtable a bit later, but can I go to the self-regulatory code that ADCA wanted to put in place? Has that been raised yet? I missed the first 10 minutes.
Sure.
Mr. Tucker, you didn't get to give that much evidence. So where are you at with that code? I noticed in your submission to the FSI inquiry you had some broad principles, but are you at a place where when do you think a code will be complete?
Well, right, look,
is it in draft form at the moment?
There's some very good questions being asked here today, and I think to know where we're going, we have to know where we've come from. So we've taken a look back at what's come before in other industries that have faced similar circumstances. As it was told to me, from what I understand, a gentleman walks into the offices of Gilbert and Tobin some 25 years ago with an idea to send money electronically between banks. Didn't get too far. It was called FPOS. Excuse me, didn't get too far early on, but they formed an association called the Australian Payment Clearing Association, who advocated essentially a self-regulatory model with healthy government oversight to mock up a framework that would be appropriate to this new innovative technology. Now, we've taken a look at their work. We're very big fans. We think we have similar DNA considering where we're placed today at these early stages. And what we've developed essentially is a membership structure with a stringent set of best practices and code of ethics and conduct. Three membership types is what we've come to. The first being industry member, the second being associate member, and the third being partner member. Industry member is the key one here. It is a digital currency centric membership type. The second associate member is aimed at merchants who are accepting Bitcoin and digital currencies, and thirdly, partner members. These are the major international participants and enterprise level industry members who may wish to join. Now, the key here is industry member. They're also eligible for something called an ADCA certification, which is benchmarked off an Australian financial services license. The AFSL, the ADCA certification, starts with the requirement for all directors to undergo background checks, so that would include disqualified directorship checks, bankruptcy checks, national police checks, etc. The second component of an ADCA certification requirement is the need to implement a robust anti-money laundering program by one of the approved providers. Number three, they then need to follow up with an audit on this AML program. That would have to be undertaken every 2 years. Number four, they have to acquire professional indemnity insurance, something of which we're speaking to some of the major international insurance providers about, and they're quite eager to see this happen. Number five is financial services ombudsman. We're speaking with 4 services who are inclined to develop a financial services ombudsman structure or service that accommodates these emerging DC and Bitcoin businesses. And lastly, this is key, it's the need for registered wallets. So the great question around Bitcoin and blockchain has not been on its ability to trace transactions from A to Z. It's quite frankly an auditor's dream on a transparent public ledger, but it's about who is actually using these Bitcoins. So our proposal here is that industry members who do become ADCA certified are willing to voluntarily raise their hand and point out and say, this is my section of the blockchain, these are my wallets, these are my transactions, when appropriate. That should also be made available to law enforcement as well when appropriate. So this is the very...
Can I just stop you there just quickly? Does that extend to people, when you say their wallets, is that just the
businesses?
The businesses, not that say I have an account with an industry member of ADCA. Would they be recording my details of under this code of conduct and potentially share that with law enforcement authorities? So is that the idea? The
ADCA certification is intended for businesses to lay claim. Now, as far as consumers go, in line with best practice, industry best practice in the established financial services sector, our members are also required to ask for 100 points of ID KYC. Know your customer. You need to know who it is. So consumers as well. Yes, this would be a requirement of the.
So if you wanted
members.
to be a member of your organisation, you had to comply. You'd have to comply with Know Your Customer.
This is absolutely correct.
Guidelines.
And then implement an ongoing due diligence program. There needs to be a robust AML program in place.
Right.
So many of our members already do this and are in compliance with the AML regime up to as much as 95%. It's that 5% difference where we're literally unable to do so. So, for example, we're not able to register with the Document Verification Service. We're not able to report to AUSTRAC, or we're not required to. Fortunately, we've been told that we can voluntarily supply information to AUSTRAC in line with what would be required by the established sector. So, for example, there are 3 main reports that are given by financial institutions day in, day out. IFTI, so International Funds Transfers, TTRs, that's transactions above $10,000, and then SMR, Suspicious Matter Reports, which our Bitcoin companies fill out an equivalent to and keep on file or report to AUSTRAC voluntarily.
So does your company do that, or some of
Yes.
your members?
This
so
is correct.
every day, basically, or
That's
every
right.
day you monitor it. You might not put a report in every day.
The reports are submitted as would be required under.
Yes. Okay. So if you had a transaction over $10,000, you'd report that to AUSTRAC at the moment. Just
Those are required to be submitted within within 3 days.
Okay.
Each company has its own processes, so you'd have to speak with each individual company as to how that works. Now, what we prefer is, yes, I mean, look, the meetings we've had with regulators and departments, they've been quite surprised that we're coming to them saying essentially that we do want to be regulated. It's not that we want to be regulated. I mean, that comes at a great cost. It's a matter of people wanting to comply with best practice and do the right thing, walk on the sunny side of the street. And that's also essentially what we're asking for on the tax issue. So that's the other major issue here is we're asking to be treated fairly, essentially, and give Australian business the opportunity to thrive and take hold and be an innovator on this front. There is a desperate need in Australia moving forward, regionally, especially as this community globalizes more so and the economy does, that we position ourselves as an innovator and be on the front foot here.
Caught up with the technology.
Well, this is right. So, for example, we hosted a forum in Canberra July 9th to raise awareness for government departments and regulators. We had 21 representatives from 11 departments, from the ACCC to PMO, RBA, Treasury. A lot of people came to the table to learn about Bitcoin, and we started the conversation by saying what we'd like to do is agree to a common set of terms, common glossary of terms. I mean, you hear virtual currency, digital currency, cryptocurrency, et cetera. So we agreed to digital currency. And is it Bitcoin with a capital B or a lowercase b? And the reason we did this is to lay a foundation early on to avoid a situation where a set of legislation for ASIC, the terminology there, can mean something completely different to the tax office. So, you know, in order to globalize this in the way of which we're discussing, it needs to be done. I think we first have to start at home here and get it right and get the terms right. And, you know, look, you got to wash your face before you put on your lipstick, and that's where we're at.
Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, I'm just interested for any members of the panel, including those via teleconference, where the momentum for the advocacy of Bitcoin's coming from. I understand, you know, Coinbase and is it BitPay? BitPay are venture capital for profit organisations, but where does the advocacy come from to establish the legitimacy of Bitcoin? Is it decentralised like the whole concept, or are you organised? How are you going about promoting the use of Bitcoin?
Perrianne Bowring is essentially our counterpart with the CDC in the US. We have seen counterpart associations emerge all over the world. In Japan, they have the Japanese Authority on Digital Assets, the UK Digital Currency Association, South Africa has an association. There's something being formed in Ireland, to the best of my knowledge. Singapore has something called Access. I don't know what the acronym actually stands for. But there are counterpart associations emerging all around the world. We are communicating with one another, and that's the point of hosting this summit in San Francisco mid-next year, is to bring these participants to the table, as well as representatives from industry, as well as informed and educated and experienced participation from regulatory backgrounds, professional associations, and government or ex-government where appropriate as well, to have a conversation, to talk about what an international framework could and should look like and what's in everybody's best interests.
There are two sides to this, if I may. There's the top-down, which I think Ronald is representing, but there's also the bottom-up, in that the basic innovations in Bitcoin and blockchain technology have solved so many problems.
So they're demand-driven, essentially.
Well, you're seeing a lot of very bright engineers and entrepreneurs get brainwaves and build companies around the brainwaves they're having, so it's really working from both directions.
Okay, so...
and it was certainly, it was interesting in the United States with the New York BIT license that actually the Department of Financial Services heard from a lot of people in New York that are using Bitcoins, not just from the big companies and the trade associations. So I think that grassroots point is important. But I think there is an important role for the sort of growing number of venture-backed companies here. There are big risks here, as people have been talking about anti-money laundering sanctions, consumer wallet security, and really it's important. A lot of that venture capital funding that you heard about earlier, it has come recently. I think 75% of it has been invested in the last 9 months, and that's letting a lot of the companies that have got that investment make much greater strides, employ larger staffs in compliance, in engineering to solve wallet security issues, and there is a really important role as well for those companies in showing that they can sort of walk the talk as well as talk it and solve the issues the industry needs to overcome.
You know, I get the whole, just with my own community in Launceston, Tasmania, there's a big push to get Bitcoin established there, including maybe an exchange and 2 machines, I understand, which would be one more than New York, if that's correct. And I understand that, you know, there's a tech community down there, and there's a lot of innovation, and they're looking to do different things. But the people I've spoken to already, they obviously own Bitcoin. They've all invested in Bitcoin, and I'm just interested whether you're formalising an advocacy role for Bitcoin and who's paying for that, because clearly you've got a huge task ahead of you to get this as a well-established traded currency that's a medium of exchange as well as a store of value. Is it just sort of coming from innovation, or are you getting more organised in terms of people who get in at a base level? Will they benefit from it long term as an investment as well if they can help drive it?
What he's really asking is politely, who are the venture capitalists behind this, their details, and do you yourselves, I'm a sheep farmer, I look after agricultural things here and I always declare an interest, do you have a declarable financial interest?
Right. Look, what I can say here in Australia is we've identified 5 key stakeholders in Australia. Picture with me, if you will. The first level is the public, the peer-to-peer network which drives Bitcoin and the adoption of this phenomena that we've seen move from an awareness of 2 out of 10 people 18 months ago to now 9.5% are at least aware of Bitcoin. It's remarkable in itself. So that's number 5, the base. Number 4 is the small and medium enterprises, the small business owners that are identifying the opportunity that exists within this and have established businesses. Number 3, in the middle out of the 5, 3. This is the network and the nervous system, if you will. It is the professionals and the professional associations, the lawyers, the accountants, the tax agents, etc. Now, that base, the professionals and their associations, which also include folks like the AIST and APO and Retailers Association, etc., and a number of others, many of which we're doing regular weekly presentations to educate them on Bitcoin. We're being invited in across the country to show them what the risks and opportunities are here. This is also the army of professionals that both service the SMEs below, but also reach up into number 4, enterprise, the Qantases, the Telstras, the Westfields, etc.
Who goes out, like just take a small town like mine, for example.
Sure.
Who goes out and sells the concept to SMEs
right.
and to, I mean, is it a franchise-based model? Do you set someone up and say, you know, you'll be the champion of Bitcoin in this area, go out and tell the world? I mean,
Sure.
how does it work? I'm not saying is it a pyramid scheme, but
No.
I'm just interested how you get these things started.
This is the public. This is the base. It's the place from which this thing was born, and the opportunity that's recognized. So there, as we said, there are a number of advocacy groups and champions who've and early adopters who've recognized this opportunity and are bringing it forward. So the Bitcoin Association of Australia, for example, they're a great organization, and they represent the grassroots enthusiasts and do a lot of great work to promote, standardize, and advocate Bitcoin and bring awareness around it. I believe that there is a few key representatives obviously working out of Launceston who are driving this forward and bringing it to their local merchants and local towns. And this is
and by the way, my wife's business is thinking about being one to sign on.
Fantastic. So your wife's business in Launceston, a town that's ready to adopt Bitcoin as a mainstream means of payment and payment processing, right through to the tops of eBay and PayPal and Google and the likes of that. So between both and everyone who falls in between, this thing is going to touch people globally around the world, and it's going to do it very, very quickly. And the point. So who are the interests that are...
Who are the venture capitalists?
All of these people, I think...
He's working his way up.
Hang on. Just a point of order on Senator Heffernan point. All of the witnesses have outlined their business interests and where they come from before they gave evidence this morning, just as any witness would to a Senate committee. On any other topic. Now, I know you weren't here, Senator Heffernan, for that, but it is on the Hansard
I don't think there is anything either inappropriate.
No, I'm not suggesting there is.
Not surprising that. No, let me finish. Right, I'm the chair of my committee. I don't think there is anything either kind of inappropriate or surprising that what you have here is those within the industry coming to government and saying, we want to actually be able to grow our industry in Australia, and can we find a way? Hang on, Senator Heffernan, let me finish. We want to find a way where we can assist government in getting the balance right between meeting the regulatory challenges that we all and all the questions that we have, and at the same time finding a way in which it's done so that it doesn't put an unnecessary burden on the industry. And it's about getting that balance right. And I think Ms. Boring kind of outlined it very eloquently in her previous evidence. And is this a fair summary of what you were saying, which is you've got to get the balance right between making sure you put a regulatory framework in place that assists business and assists government without stifling it.
So, Mr. Chairman, the answer is, well, I apologise we weren't here. You are traders in Bitcoin, I take it.
This is correct. Well, I mean, the two of us.
Can I make a statement on this as well? This is Perry Ann Boring again from Washington, D.C., and I personally do not have any investment in this space. I own Bitcoin, but I'm not an investor, and I don't own equity in any of the companies operating in this space, or any of the companies who are a member of our organization. And I personally am involved in this, and because I believe in the potential benefits this technology can bring to society. And when you ask who is invested in this and who's going to benefit from this, the biggest opportunity for blockchain technology is for small businesses and consumers and the and underbanked populations. Here in the United States, over 50% of our population does not have a bank account or is underbanked. There's a huge opportunity to bring financial services around the world. And we're an extremely small industry today. The market capitalization today is between $4 and $5 billion. It's tiny. We're very, very tiny, and that's why it's important that we have these conversations now. And I absolutely applaud what the Senate of Australia is doing by having conversations over such a small industry, because the potential benefit is very, very large. There are few people involved, but it potentially could enable billions of populations around the world to have access to financial services, and we believe that it can increase the standard of living.
Senator Wilson.
Look, I don't want anyone to misconstrue my questions, because I'm not in any way putting a negative slant on it. I'm looking for where the drivers of the success of Bitcoin will come from. I get that it's cool. I get that it's got some advantages that maybe need to be pitched the right way, et cetera, et cetera. I'm just wanting to see where the momentum's going to come from for this to succeed, because unfortunately I didn't get to hear the answer to my question. I had to go off to a division in the Senate. But I do have a concern about competing currencies because of the barriers to entry are very low. and whether, you know, the first mover advantage is the only thing I heard, which makes sense. But I would ask you, in light of my question with the drivers, how quickly, oh, here we go. I've got to go again. How quickly can you get there with your first mover advantage before another 100 currencies like this get established?
If I could answer that question, I had an interesting encounter a couple of days ago when I met with the chairman of the National Online Retailers Association, and he's come around from being a skeptic earlier this year to being a believer that this is the new technological wave. And his son, who's 16 years old, is mining Bitcoin and has been for a year. And I think that's a huge insight into who is driving this technology. We have children, teenagers around the world who are pioneering the usage of this technology because they have a curious thirst for knowledge and for innovative products, and they are starting to pioneer and champion this technology. Now, we've had $295 million of venture capital investment in Bitcoin-related businesses this year. In Australia, we've had less than $1 million invested in this space this year. In the US, there's a thriving venture capital industry. There is a burgeoning venture capital industry in Australia as well. However, most of the investment has been private investment because there isn't a clear regulatory framework here, because Australia being so institutionalised, particularly the financial space, everybody is very kind of hands-off until there is a clear framework for the technology, for the industry. So, because investors are scared of getting their hands burned.
You're saying lack of framework clarity is stifling the opportunity of people investing because they're scared to invest.
I'm a strong believer of that, and I've heard that from many investors. The lack of regulatory framework or regulatory oversight is one of the key drivers for lack of investment in this space. And like any business, this industry needs resources to finance very smart, expensive people in Australia to stay here and innovate, where Australia reaps the benefits.
So you need to work out whether it's a bag of wheat or it's a coin.
That's what government needs to do.
That's one issue that, yep.
That's one of the key issues.
Can I just say, going back to my original, I don't forget things there, you didn't answer my question.
Sorry.
Who are your venture capitalists?
Who are our venture capitalists? We are self-funded. I can speak as to BitTrade and I can speak as to ADCA.
Of the people who are, not just we are,
right.
I want to know who's putting the money up.
Sure.
I think we're going off on tangents.
No.
May I?
If you want to know what's going on, mate, you're as independent as the person who pays you. When Glencore sold out to ADM in Brazil, Brazilian government all of a sudden said, shit, where did the tax go? And the next thing we know, the US government, your inland revenue, it disappeared in the derivative market, 700 million, just like that, in one transaction. And when Mr. Pinner, who was here and I chaired the inquiry, got back to the United States, ADM was hit with a $700 million tax avoidance bill. I mean, you're right. It needs to be harmonised. People need to understand it. To do that, you've got to answer all the questions.
Sure. Be happy to answer that question.
Can I ask one nearly up the time, just on this?
Do you want to just take that question on notice, Mr. Tucker?
Sure.
Just on this code that you're designing, what happens if people aren't in the code, and what do you want government to do? What are you asking government to do in relation to the code?
Right. Well, look, we're looking for support with the proposed model that we've put forward, which is based on a proven blueprint. It's already been successful. That support is regulators, departments, absolutely.
That it's a voluntary code?
Yes, it's a voluntary code in these early days. I think in time there will need to be further legislation, as we've seen previously with the likes of APCA. Okay. But we start now with a few small, nimble, agile steps, have conversations like this, and we could be positioning ourselves to reap benefits in the billions of dollars for decades to come, or we could miss out. And I think that's a
question of our US friends. Do you think there is a risk in this? I mean, there's no harmonisation around the world. We're saying it's a commodity, you're saying it's currency or whatever it is. Is this risking, and we are at risk because you're technically insolvent, the definition of sovereignty, or perhaps if we don't get it right, would it be the demolition of sovereignty?
I don't think this is a real threat to sovereignty. I mean, firstly, it's way too small at the moment.
No, but from a little thing, big things grow.
Simple. And if people understand their Australian dollars and their US dollars and their British pounds, and I think a lot of the future of this is actually going to be allowing consumers to hold balances in the currencies they understand and use the back end of this for payment sufficiency. Just as merchants today can use services, most of the merchants in the US that accept Bitcoin are not actually accepting Bitcoin. They're using a third-party service like BitPay or Coinbase or GoPay to...
How do you capture it? Last year you missed out on between 650 and 800 billion through tax avoidance, that is the United States Treasury. How do you actually capture this in the revenue base? If we can't even determine, if it's not globally harmonised, if it's not globally harmonised...
worked out over time to some extent, but I mean, you mentioned earlier, I think, the problems of collecting sales tax online, and what we're seeing in the US is those problems are now going to be solved. The states have won over Amazon and most other major retail merchants are collecting sales tax on purchases. And you know where the merchants are and you know who's accepting Bitcoin, and as the market grows, I think this will prove to be a very solvable problem.
Okay, I think it's fair to say to Senator Heffernan, and we can have a bit of a conversation offline, but the transparency available in the blockchain is actually unprecedented, which allows a viewing of transactions in an auditable way, which is actually unforeseen in the actual existing banking sector. So the way in which the blockchain works, and again, I'm not remotely an expert on this, and there are others who are far better experts on this than I am who happen to be at the panel.
So the 125 trillion of shadow banking last year,
if all
would
the
these people like to
transactions-
make a comment on that, on the influence on the...
Here is the question, Mr. Summer. If in a perfect world, which is not going to exist or happen, all transactions were done, all foreign exchange types of transactions were done using Bitcoin as opposed to other currencies, and all transactions appeared on the blockchain as a result of that, if I'm a regulator or trying to make identification of the movement of money for taxation and other purposes, is that something I'd welcome or oppose?
As a regulator, the amount of information that is available to you through the documentation of transactions on the blockchain is unprecedented. It's not merely a passive record, but the way in which transactions interface with the blockchain can have in them encoded tax characteristics so that the blockchain can distinguish between a supply that's a taxable supply for GST purposes and a GST-free supply for GST purposes. That technology and that utilisation of the blockchain technology is something we are just on the cusp of at the moment.
So Mr. Summer, is it fair to say, right, and I just want to get your words in on mine, fair to say, like any technology, this is a technology and it happens to be in the space of currency, that if we get the regulation and framework right, yes, there potentially is a risk, if unregulated, that this becomes an avenue and a vehicle for nefarious activity. But if we actually get it right, it has the potential to do the exact opposite and be a potential tool in an arsenal of those out there and regulators who want to make sure there are more transparent, clear international transactions.
Yes.
Very well said. Correct.
Senator Heffernan.
Yeah, well, that's fair enough. I mean, obviously...
well, and on that note...
not on that note. Not on that note. But, I mean, obviously, we haven't thought through the definition of sovereignty at the moment. This is a challenge, without a doubt, to sovereignty if we don't
Sorry,
get it
guys,
right.
we're all paired till 12:30, and that's the Senate bells ringing, which means we actually have to go vote. No, I don't have a pair anymore, which means I just want to thank Mr. Tucker, Mr. Summer, Mr. Pesce, Mr. Kozlowski. I want to thank our friends in the US, and I acknowledge, I have no idea what time it is over there, but I want to acknowledge the special effort for you to participate and take part.
17 hours a day before over there.
What time is it?
17 hours a day before.
Okay. So when you guys catch up, hopefully, I just want to say to our American friends, we're hopefully trying to get ahead of you in many ways, and I know you're already 17 hours behind us. So thank you, and thank you for participating.
Thank you.
Say hello to Forrest Gump for me.
Okay. I adjourn the first hearing into the Senate here, Economics References Committee.